It's a bird. It's a cassette. It's a jetpack. It's Condor, the Cybfest Northwest 2025 exclusive figure from Blue Forge. Inspired by the 1984 pilot episode, Condor is an all-new custom mold and changes from a stealth espionage microjet into a compact data transfer module. This figure is compatible with vintage cassette player allies and includes a combination accessory to become a fast pack for other avian cassette allies and a perch accessory for reporting to his lamppost master. Now, attendees of Cybfest Northwest 2025 will have the opportunity to purchase this exclusive transforming figure. Condor will be a limited edition of 100 and will only be available for purchase the day of the show for $35. Sadly, the Recorder Man and Micro Robo Turkey figures are not included. More information could be found at cybfestnw.com and at Blue Forge Designs on Facebook. Pre-register now for early entry at 10 a.m. Only $10 for adults, $25 for families. Join us for Cybfest Northwest 2025, July 12th. Don't miss it.
Autobots, transform and roll out!
Welcome back for another thrilling episode of Two Mikes, Two Furious Animated Transformers, where you are Mike, and we're talking about Transformers Animated, one episode at a time from two different points of view. And for the last 42 episodes, 2 years, 3 seasons, 42 episodes, I have been saying that I have been your first time watcher, and I've never watched Transformers Animated, and watching it here for the first time. But that ends today. You might even say it's an Endgame Part 2. But my name is Mike Seibert, and I have seen all of Transformers Animated. And we are going to talk about the beginning of the end and the end of the beginning and the end of the end here on Endgame Part 2. But as always, I am not here on this journey by myself, even though I've taken side tangents by myself. But for the canon proper here, I am by myself, but not alone. Joining me, as always, on this spiritual animated journey is my friend, Mikel Andrews.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Hi, Mike.
Exactly.
Hi, Mike. How's it going? One last time.
Yeah, and it's this is going to be a banger of an episode, and there is a lot to talk about, including how jam-packed it is, how breakneck the pace is, and ultimately, a thing that we wouldn't be able to get out of here without discussing is how abrupt it is. There's a lot of things that, as a first-time viewer, I was kind of expecting. There were things that truly surprised me in this episode, and I don't want to get so bogged down so early in the legislation of the ending, but I get the feeling that like the back half of this episode is going to be heavily influenced by that, because it's unavoidable. And I was fascinated. I'm always fascinated by the things that I find out through spoilers without context. And then there are other things that I just straight up do not know. And so we can unpack that in due course. But golly willikers, what an episode.
Yeah, that's really interesting that you say that, because we kind of went back and forth a while offline about, should we watch these at the same time? Should we watch these together and treat it, try to do it, but have knowledge of the ending to talk about the first part? I think you have to. I think ultimately I'm glad we did this, that we watched it the way we did, watched it as one solid kind of movie and then talked about it in parts. But yeah, it's really hard I try to picture the world where we didn't talk, you hadn't seen the ending before we talked about the beginning.
Right.
It's really kind of interesting. If we can recap a little bit, because
Sure.
I kind of took I was a little late today because I was rewatching the whole movie, if you will, start to finish. So
you
I thought
watched
we could
both,
maybe, yeah. So I thought maybe we could talk about a couple things from the first episode. And one of the things I got to do, which was kind of fun, is I watched it with my partner, kind of Saturday morning cartoon style. And so she doesn't typically watch the show with me. I think we've mentioned, I think we both share this. It's not our partner's cup of tea when it comes to Transformers.
Right.
But she sat down and watched this with me, kind of just for the purposes of it being the last episode and all. It was cool to see her kind of seeing it through the new lens. Like, one of the things she mentioned out loud was that she thought it was a really cool how they like aged up Sari and her father. I thought that was an interesting comment, because we know how Sari got aged up, quote unquote, for this show. But like, I guess I never really noticed Isaac Sumdac like looking any older or seeming older. But yeah, I guess she picked up on that, because the last time she tuned in was probably like the Halloween episode, season 1. So there must have been some change there that she saw. So I thought that was really cool. She kind of picked up on that. And just kind of like how everything came together, like the flow. And I really enjoyed, we could probably talk about this a little more towards the end, but I really enjoyed that we've kind of gone back and forth on the abruptness of the ending, and if this felt hurried or rushed or anything like that.
Right.
And what could have been with a season 4. But I really feel like that first half, Endgame Part 1, was like a really nice finale. Like, having everybody's flashback moments, having it sort of like more about the story and less about the action. Now, the one we're going to talk about today is a lot more action.
Yeah.
But having that sort of like, that everybody having a flashback moment was really cool, and like a really unique sort of part 1 of a finale for this show.
Well, and couple things. I'm glad you brought up the Isaac Sari stuff, because there was one thing that I remember that that really resonated with me with my various watchings of Endgame Part 1, and somehow it didn't make it into my notes. So we skipped over it when in our discussion, but I caught it while I was editing Endgame Part 1, and there was this it's a very crowded scene, so I understand how everything kind of got overlooked. But there's the scene where they're working on Optimus's wingblade armor, his jetpack, and there's the whole like, does it look like Jetfire's jetpack? And I think that's kind of what kind of distracted us a little bit, kind of getting into the toyetic aspect of it. But there's this leading up to it, there's this great discussion of the team coming together. Optimus says, "Hey man, I want I have a solution. We need some upgrades." And Prowl gives up like his jets, and Sari has a terrific line here that ties it all the way back to the theme. And and my dad is a whiz at reverse engineering. And so Isaac was there as part of the development of the wingblade armor. And I think that's so important because, I mean, again, it's just a throwaway line, so throwaway that we missed it. But that ties into, one, Mikel Andrews' favorite trope, reverse engineering.
Yes.
It's also Isaac Sumdac's signature thing. It's the entire spine that the world of New Detroit is built upon. And it's the whole fakeness, the sham that is Isaac Sumdac, in that, all of his robot helpers are based on reverse engineering Cybertronian technology in the form of Megatron's head and hand.
Yeah,
so,
he's really more of he's not an inventor, he's a reverse engineer. I mean, that's really his title when it comes down to it.
Very much so. And we've refracted things through the Times, TM, multiple times, and that like this dude is truly an Elon Musk in that like he hasn't really invented anything. But I would also say, and I think our guest John pointed this out, it's like, well, he still has engineering skills. While he didn't invent these things whole cloth, he does still have the skills with which to, implement the reverse engineering, that kind of thing. So like, you take Ben Affleck in Paycheck, it's like, his whole thing is reverse engineering, but he also has to have an understanding of how the thing works also. You know, it's like, it's not just, oh, I've reversed engineered this, but I'm also a dummy and don't know how things work. That's not, those two things aren't mutually exclusive, and they're not necessarily congruous in that aspect.
Right. He didn't walk into that job. Ben Affleck didn't walk into that job being like, what's this magic talking tiny box you have here? Like he was at least in the biz. Another little thing we missed, or at least that I missed, and maybe, you were hitting it over the head and I was just like, I don't know. But I did notice, we had kind of talked about when Shockwave's doing his Slender Man thing, he's like taking pieces off. And even when talking about like the color of the Omega clones, they're actually dismantling. I noticed this time they're actually dismantling the ship that crashed on the moon, and then they're building it out of that. So that would lend itself to the color of the clones. I had kind of talked about like, oh, maybe this is an animation error, or maybe they were already coloring it like Lugnut, but it was actually just the ship coming apart and using pieces of that help for the coloring.
Right.
And that reminds me, that reminds me of that. Another thing I got to do was I got to watch that episode that you talked about the G1 episode, Forever is a Long Time Coming.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I watched that in between then and now in our last recording. And spot on with like the Dark Guardians, as they're called. That really, it's very clear to me now that this is like homage to that. You can't deny it. It's like, it's the same color palette and everything.
Yeah. Darn it. Now I feel worse for it for not taking the time to watch that episode. I totally forgot about it. Does it fuck as hard as I said it did? Because like I was an advocate for that episode. I'm like, it's kind of an underrated banger. Yeah, it is really cool. And I liked a lot of the I don't know if I'd call it humor per se, but I really liked a lot of them, like the jokes of like them being so far from the future and this being so far in the past, because even we talked about like even the season 3 stuff is like 20 years in the future, so they're the farthest out in the future from like Autobot culture, even more so than Optimus and his crew. And this is the farthest back. This is young adult Alpha Trion, so there's a huge gap in the knowledge that these two parties have, and it really is played to kind of some laughs. Yeah, with his teeny tiny Tony Stark mustache there. Yeah, I love it. Just the start of a mustache, a little stubble, peach fuzz. Yeah, and again, we talked about this at length, but I think Beta is a underrated female Autobot or proto Autobot. I mean, like in the top tier of like those female Cybertronian characters. She rocks. Yeah, I was really excited when she reminded me a lot of Slipstream from these last couple episodes. Were very capable and just kind of badass. Great voice too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very cool. So before we get into Endgame Part 2, I wanted to do a quick segment that I like to call Endgame Legislation. All right. We had speculated that there are a number of episodes and TV and movies and things like that use the subtitle Endgame as either like part of the title or as a component of the title or as a outright subtitle. I did a little bit of research and I would like to share some of my results because there's some deep cut surprises that I didn't necessarily think of. So there are at least 6 movies, 2 TV shows, and 7 TV episodes, totaling 15 distinct uses of Endgame and movies and TV shows, including side subtitles and episode titles. So counts about 15. Give or take. One for every Sideswipe clone that you have for your toy collection, right? Yes, exactly. That is the magic number there. There's a movie called Endgame from 2009, a British South African thriller directed by Pete Travis, also known as the chess player in some regions. Never heard of it. There's also a different movie called Endgame from 2001 as a British thriller starring Daniel Newman, focusing on a seedy underworld narrative. Also haven't heard of it. I don't know if these are real movies or not. From 2010, there's a movie called Operation Endgame, an action comedy featuring an ensemble cast, sometimes stylized as quote unquote rogues gallery. You have a movie from 1983 called Endgame, a Italian post-apocalyptic film, also known as Endgame Bronx Lotta Finale, starring Al Clivier, also known as Endgame 1983. And of course, Highlander: Endgame from 2000. That is part of the Highlander franchise, where you get Adrian Paul and Christopher Lambert. That was released theatrically on September 1st of 2000. And of course, it goes without saying the Avengers Endgame as well. I have some TV shows with Endgame in the title as well. So these aren't episodes; these are shows. Endgame 2011, a Canadian drama series that premiered on Showcase Television, centering on Arkady Balagan, a former chess champion turned detective, developed by Thunderbird Films. This series ran for one season and is notable for its unique premise.
That actually sounds really good, and bold move naming your whole show Endgame and not just the end of your show. That's right. That's strong stuff.
Right. And then you have The Endgame from 2022. That is an American crime thriller that aired on ABC and stars one of my top tier favorite crushes, Marina Baccarin, as a criminal mastermind. It was canceled after one season. I love that show because you have Marina Baccarin. So, shout out to our Firefly legislation.
Yeah.
But this show is silly and dumb, and I loved every minute of it because basically, Marina Baccarin plays a criminal mastermind, but she's doing this goofy Eastern European voice the whole time. It's like it's real Natasha Fatale, and to the point for where my ear is, I'm just like, how have we not cast Marina Baccarin as the Baroness from G.I. Joe? Because that voice, the voice, her look, her aesthetic. I mean, that is something that I feel like needs to happen in my lifetime. So, my wife and I, we watched this show when it aired, and I kind of kept headcanoning that basically this show is a G.I. Joe prequel. Because she's like this criminal mastermind with like a secret army. And I'm like, oh, these guys are just Cobra troopers, that kind of thing. Yeah. It's like she's building Cobra, that kind of thing.
Oh, that's great.
And it's kind of like a riff on The Blacklist, that kind of thing where, again, there's your Joss Whedon connection again. Yeah. Man, if we do 2M2F bingo, there would be a cursed Joss Whedon spot.
Yes. The blackout space or something, right? Like
the we don't talk about it space, or we feel squishy about talking about it space.
But it's almost a free space because of how often we do it.
Quite so. But basically where the young hot FBI agent must make an alliance with the criminal mastermind to take out bigger criminals and stuff like that. It's the same show basically, but it was not good, but man, was it a lot of fun. I hope it's streaming somewhere because now I want to go check it out. I think it ends on a cliffhanger if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, how great would that be if, kind of like how there's like a standalone Snake Eyes G.I. Joe movie, if there was Baroness starring her, like that would just be, that's just leaving money on the table, in my opinion, if they don't make that.
Man, that is a license to print money. You can relieve so many fans of their money so quickly.
Seriously. Fun G.I. Joe operations for the next decade.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So rounding out this legislation, I do have some TV episodes with Endgame in the title as well, including the episode Endgame from Star Trek Voyager in 2001, the series finale. The two-part episode that concludes Voyager aired as a significant capstone to Star Trek Voyager, the last episode. also keeping things within our, I don't know, Marvel Venn diagram. Check this out. The cartoon, the Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes, this Hostile Earth / Avengers: Endgame from 2012. An episode in this animated series blending action with the Endgame theme. And it's not even the last episode. It's just a episode of this cartoon. I've been told that this cartoon rips. I've never seen a stitch of it. Side tangent. Holy mackerel. I tried to watch that Fantastic Four show that we talked about where David Kaye shows up as horrendous.
Really?
It is. I watched the 23 Iron Man episode. It's just the one episode with Iron Man in it. And David Kaye is terrific as Tony Stark. He's doing like a weird, almost like Darth Vader-esque voice for Iron Man when he's like in the suit and armor.
I'll take care of this Doom character. He stole Tony Stark's property. He's Iron Man's problem.
Oh, okay.
When he's David Kaye, I mean, when he's Tony Stark, he's just David Kaye. He sounds a lot like Optimus, actually.
So, welcome to Stark Enterprises. To what do I owe the honor?
But yeah, he's doing something with the Iron Man voice, and it's a choice, but the show itself is flat. And it was at a time where we're trying to do like kind of like super stylized American anime. Like the aesthetic is almost like Eon Flux type of thing, where like the character designs are kind of like thin and spindly, and like it's I don't know, and a lot of bad hairstyles of the time. Not good.
Yeah.
My point being there. But anyway, yeah. How is it that like, they use Endgame for an Avengers thing? 7 years before that movie?
We have to check if a young Paul Feige worked on that, and he's like, "Hey, that gives me a good idea."
Sure, yeah. Endgame. A couple more here to round it out. There was an episode of Law and Order: Criminal Intent called Endgame in 2007, an episode focusing on a criminal investigation. That's very helpful. Thanks, IMDb.
Yeah, that's good.
There was
no way you're saying that's the plot?
Yeah, exactly. There was also an episode of Stargate SG-1 called Endgame from 2004, and there was in 2009 there was an episode called Endgame of a CBS military drama called The Unit, which I really liked. That's kids kind of like that SEAL team now with apparently Angel as a commando of some kind or something.
Yeah.
It's again, being a fan of G.I. Joe, I also have a appetite and affection for tactical military drama type of stuff. So The Unit was right in my wheelhouse back in 2009. I love that show. You have Dennis Haysbert, the President Palmer from 24, is like the lead guy, and it rocks. That show rules. And basically, like the premise is it kind of shows on one hand like the day to day of being like a tier 1 operator type of. You get a lot of military jargon. It's pretty cool. But then also it juxtaposes it with home life. Like what do like the wives and families do while these guys are off doing SEAL Team 6 type of stuff. It's some good drama. It's good network TV drama, I think. And there's no shortage of zany plots and things like that. But overall, really good. So that's and of course Transformers Animated Endgame Part 1 and Part 2 from 2009. So that has been Endgame legislation. So
that tracks with what I kind of thought that it was very popular like early 2000s thing to name stuff. That seems to track. Did you, in your research, maybe I kind of missed it, but did you find like what of those seemed like the origin of using this title? What's the furthest back of the ones you found?
I couldn't find Ground Zero. As near as I could tell, the oldest thing that is attributed is this movie from 1983, this Italian movie called Endgame, where an Italian post-apocalyptic film directed by Joe D'Amato, also known as Endgame - Bronx Lotta Finale.
That's a lot of finale.
Yeah, that's how it's spelled.
That's how we say it in the Bronx, you know.
Hey,
I don't think I clearly haven't seen the movie, or maybe I have. I don't know.
me neither, but now I want to check it out.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, like an Italian post-apocalyptic film. That sounds.
You had me there.
That sounds great. You already sold me a ticket, so I will have to check that out and perhaps report back at a different time.
Well, I'm going to call it. I'm going to say the Two Mikes investigative team has cracked the origin of the Endgame thing. I'm gonna let's just say it's that definitively.
I mean, 1983 is pretty early, so I mean, I wonder if there's like, I don't know, maybe like a Columbo episode or a Kojak episode or something like that from the 70s or whatever that I just couldn't find in my research. But
just one more Endgame before I go. Yes. Magnificent. We got there. We did.
Shall we discuss an episode?
Yes, let's. If you would allow me, I would like to imbibe an adult beverage for our finale. I'd like to pour one out for the Mike's Endgame finale here, if that's all right.
That's very all right, because from what I understand, there's like I said in part one, we're invoking the semisonic rule here. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end, and there's been a resurrection of sorts. Tell us about the return of Brews and Bots.
Yeah, well, so it's been 4 years since I've posted to it, but way back when in 2017, I started this little kind of side Instagram thing where I was just pairing beers with Transformers. I just my friends on my personal Instagram account, were getting a little sick and tired of me posting Transformers all the time, so I thought this would be a good way to separate it while also kind of showing my love for craft beer. And then I don't know, something happened 4 years ago, and I just didn't touch it. I don't know if I forgot the login information or just kind of went out in my brain, but I opened it back up and I was like, oh, you know what? I think I'm going to get back into this. This is going to be my post 2M2F side hustle on Instagram. I love it. Pairing beers and bots. So I brought one with today, going to pair it lovely. I had some debates about this. I was at the liquor store yesterday and there was not one, but two Transformers themed beers from Minnesota brewers in the stock. But I thought that was a little on the nose. This is a bit of a side tangent, but this is also something that kind of bugs me. Is this naming convention has come about from I believe it's from like the Nectaron hops. Okay. And so a couple companies have latched onto that, how it kind of sounds like Megatron or Transformers-y. So they pair their art, they make their art sort of Transformers-like. And then there's one called, Nectatron Prime, and there's one called something else. But it's the artwork of it is like Optimus Prime, basically, like holding hops, or their head is a hops or something like that. Sure. And it bugs me because it's clearly Megatron based. So that's almost what kept me from like buying the thing, because I feel like it wasn't a true fan. If a true fan had the Nectatron thing, they would have, put a picture of Megatron on there, not Optimus Prime. So anyways, those were both two on the nose. So the beer I ended up going with today, kind of fitting with, every day I come down here with a cup of coffee to give me a little caffeinated boost to get through this. So I wanted to do a play on that. So I have this from AleSmith Brewing Company out of California. I have the Speedway Stout Peanut Butter Cup Edition. Are you ready for this list of ingredients here, Mike?
I'm as ready as I can be. I'm scared.
This is a special edition of their Speedway Stout. It's an imperial stout with cacao nibs, roasted peanuts, sea salt, and coffee. Actual coffee.
Whoa.
Yeah. So here it is. Here it's sort of, as you can see, it's sort of like Speedway Raceway kind of inspired. So it fits with the theme of the show a bit.
That would pair well with our Velocity episode.
Yeah, it does. It felt kind of nanosec to me a little bit. Kind of
sure. That too. Awesome. Yeah. Cool.
So I'm going to crack this open.
Oh, I see.
I hope that came across.
Yeah. So we're just doing straight up ASMR. I like that. Well, very good. Well, while you are getting your taste ready, I also decided to because you had texted me last night and said like, well, hey man, I'm bringing back the Brews and Bots. I'd like to talk about it, and since it's our last episode, I'll be imbibing and stuff, and you're welcome to also. And I'm like, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
I permit you to also do.
Thank you. So what I did in the least creative move ever, this is, the 3 Timers Club. I got to get through this stuff at some point.
Yes.
I have with me the box of jangly liquors from when we had the APDC guys on last July. This has been sitting in the trunk of my car ever since. I'm not taking this stuff in my house. How can I come in with a box of jangly? Oh, hey, I just got back from podcasting with my friends, and it's like that's an entire box of liquors. We shop at the Total Wine and More enough to where that transaction doesn't hit any red flags when we go through the credit card receipt at the end of the month. It's just like, oh yeah, Total Wine. Anyway, so I have for the at least 3rd time here on the show, I am making up a unmeasured version of the Boot Camp Stinger, which includes let me see what we got here. We got Bacardi rum and some creme de cacao. Apparently I use Mr. Stacks. I am never getting through this bottle. This is an incredibly large bottle of creme de cacao that we'll never get through. A coconut rum, which I probably will get through this at this point. And of course the piece de resistance, the coup de grace, actual bougie creme de menthe, which is all they had. I wanted shitty creme de menthe, and like all we got is the good stuff. Sorry. So from Ryan Jett's directions, what he says, I've done no measurements. I have no shot glasses, but what I do have is a 20-ounce water bottle. So that I use for work. So this will give me a little extra zing when I go back to work. So what you do is you put all of it in a shaker with ice, and you shake it all up, and then you pour it into a glass, and then you top it off with a little bit of club soda.
Lovely.
And then you get a nice little green cocktail there.
Oh, that is green. That is that is especially in this lighting. That is. Yeah. That is ecto cooler there, my God. Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a toxic neon green.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to put this into my body, but I'm gonna.
Yes.
Cheers to you.
Well,
buddy.
Cheers to you. Cheers on 3 seasons.
Oh, that is minty.
That is. I was gonna say this is your 3rd go at this, but there's people that are jealous how quickly you're getting through the creme de cacao and creme de menthe. They've had it sitting a lot longer. They're like, wow, this guy's really. He's making tracks.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. There's almost a half an inch out of the bottle. I might be a quarter way through this by the time I'm 50. We will see.
They'll bury you with what's left.
Yes, exactly. So the last one alive will have the honor of being buried with it.
Yes.
I mean, years from now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, that is so what are some of your tasting notes on your peanut butter brew there?
Oh, it's so good. They suggest that you put it in a goblet so it breathes. I usually always drink my beers out of a stainless steel tumbler, vacuum walled. I think that's the best way to drink a beer. But with any dark beer, any imperial dark beer, especially with a lot of flavors, it's always important to let it breathe for a few minutes, and you'll get a totally different beer experience than if you just crack the can and suck it up the top. This is got the peanut butter notes. You definitely get the little sea salt crispness, and coffee. There's real kind of coffee cold brew used in this. So, and I was going to have this last night, and then at the last second I said, nope, I'm saving it for the morning because there is a caffeinated kick that comes from the cold brew in this.
Awesome. I love it. I love it. That sounds delightful. What's the name of it one more time if folks wanted to check it out?
It is the Alesmith Brewing Company Speedway Stout. That's kind of one of their flagship beers, and this is the special peanut butter cup version.
Gotcha.
If you want to follow me on @brews_n_bots on Instagram, you can keep up with me and my drinking shenanigans. I also pair it with coffee, and I might throw in some pizza now that I think about it. So we'll see what happens.
A culinary delight.
Mm-hmm.
Terrific. All right. So, much like in the previous episode, can you tell that we're trying to procrastinate, that we're dragging our feet a little bit, that trying to delay the inevitable? It's like you've already survived 4 hours of Endgame Part 1. Now it's just like, oh man, and they're still bashful about wanting to talk about this ending. Come on, you guys, figure it out. But
Mike, this is just a classic Minnesota goodbye here. This is just how we do it in the Midwest.
So we are talking about Transformers Season 3, Episode 13, overall 42, Endgame Part 2, written this time by Marcia Griffin, who now looking at her credits on TF Wiki, has a sizable resume for Transformers Prime episodes, as well as a little bit of RID 2015. But to recap, you got Megatron Rising Part 1. So it's interesting, kind of like an opener closer type of thing. We she's part of like the holy trinity of opener closers. Mission Accomplished, Bridge Too Close Part 1, as well as part of the gang for Transwarped, and of course now Endgame Part 2.
Yeah, she's the ringer. They bring her in opening and closing. I'm glad you brought up Transformers Prime, because I remember when we started this show, I was seeing her name a lot more often, and I was like, gosh, that sounds familiar. But you see it almost every episode of Transformers Prime when it starts. I believe she might even be like a showrunner, or more like the Marty Eisenberg of that show, because it's just every episode you see her name on.
Interesting. And speaking of Marty Eisenberg, this is not the first time that Marty Eisenberg worked on a series finale of Transformers called Endgame Part 2.
Yeah.
Please clap. Because why have a good joke if you can't use it twice?
Yes, bingo.
But I mean, obviously that in a reference to the finale of Beast Machines, and that was a 3-parter. So in this case, just 2 parts here. So Endgame Part 2.
And, as much as I love Beast Machines, what a bold move for them to title this the same as that, because even in the Allspark Almanac afterward that Marty Eisenberg writes, he was saying how nervous he was when he got pitched to do this show. He's like, do you remember what I did before? Do you remember what happened? Even he had some hesitancy to do it. But it seems now in season 3, he's been emboldened to just call it Endgame once again.
Well, if I remember that story correctly, because I think you read a letter that I think's in the almanac, and I think the outcome of that was like, no, they didn't know he did Beast Machines.
Right, I think so.
Yeah, it's like he got the TFA gig based on his other stuff. And it's like, oh, wait a sec, this guy did a Transformer also. I don't know what that says about John Hasbro and how closely he keeps an eye on things, but maybe that's neither here nor there.
Luckily, they did not remember that information.
Right.
Otherwise he may not have got the gig, and he is certainly the right guy for the job.
Absolutely. We begin where on Earth, outside Autobot headquarters, the Autobots are kind of like in the yard there. You can see like the tree growing up out of the ground there, and they see the clones, the Lugnut Omega Supreme clones, which the TF Wiki calls Lugnut Supremes. So I suppose we could keep calling them that until we come up with something else that we like better.
Sounds like a candy bar. I don't know if I can handle that.
It really does. It sounds delicious.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're kind of like hovering over Detroit, and Bumblebee is kind of wondering,
what in the name of the Allspark are those?
They see them, they're scared, but it's also kind of like, what is this? And it's Ratchet that speculates
Megatron must have used Starscream's cloning technology to make more Omega Supremes.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where, like, visually, this is so close to where we left off the last episode. This sort of the Dark Guardians sort of descending onto the planet, the Autobots standing outside their base looking up at the invasion. This is why I was so surprised to find out that these episodes aired a week apart. This really feels like we're back from a long commercial break, and we're seeing the same thing visually. But this is picking up literally right where the last one left off.
Yeah, we cut to the bridge of, I guess we'll call it the lead Lugnut Supreme. Megatron, in addition to being a student of the theater, is also a master decorator. Because like he's got this entire command center tricked out. He's got himself a Nemesis throne. He's got himself a giant Decepticon symbol tapestry behind him. He's got some other decorations on the side. Also, these kind of like almost like pod looking things. It's and of course in like, you know, kind of like the purple almost bisexual lighting type of decor here. This place is fly.
Yeah, and that you know, the multi faces of the Decepticon symbol behind him really reminded me of like the comedy and tragedy sort of theater drama symbol. And I was like, come on, if this isn't recognition that he's a big theater kid, there's nothing else. You have to believe it now.
That's amazing. And so Megatron signals here that, you know, it's like, okay, so
let's begin this field test with Sumdac Tower. I want to see my former prison crumble to the ground.
And which actually kind of a prudent move on the Decepticons' part. It's like, one, we get to have some sweet, sweet revenge on the Earthbound Autobots that have been so much a thorn in his side for so long. But you have to test this stuff before you do a full-on assault on Cybertron. It's a prudent move. But he decides, yeah, we're going specifically after Sumdac Tower, which again, I know there's enough lines of dialogue to signal it both in part 1 and part 2 here, but like I needed like one more line of like, you know, because it's all vague revenge. It's like, oh, I'll get revenge on those Earthbound Autobots. It's like, no, Sumdac Tower is the symbol of my subjugation. You know, I was in bondage here for so long as a disembodied head while this little portly nitwit sat on my hand like a chair for 50 years. You know, I could have, he doesn't seem to have as much ill will towards Isaac Sumdac as I wonder if he should, especially at a time where he's about to get his ultimate revenge.
Yeah, and great call on the symbolism. Just to add to that poetry, because this is really quite the plan coming together. We have the culmination of Starscream's cloning technology. We have Project Omega, and we have the Vault of Protoforms all coming together to form his final plan. All three of those things were originally designed to basically kill Megatron.
Yes.
Right. Like those were the Autobot endgames for Megatron and Starscream's endgame. So like all of these, he's taken all these weapons that were designed to hurt him specifically and turned it back on Isaac Sumdac's tower.
Yeah, it's pretty delicious here. Yeah. And, you know, we've spoken before that this is, you know, obviously a culmination, and, you know, it's not just a culmination of a season, it's the culmination of the series. And it's cool to have like these things that have been cooking this whole time really pay off. If, you know, you could say a lot of things about the finale of TFA here, but to say that it doesn't pay off would be an incorrect statement, because this, I mean, sure, there are dangling plot threads and stuff that gets forgotten about and all that other stuff, but that's, it pays off what it sets up.
Yeah. I mean, basically, if you want to break down those three elements, they're basically the plots of season 1, season 2, and season 3 kind of hitting ahead here.
Absolutely. So we cut to Lugnut, who, as a reminder, because of Shockwave's lack of IT savvy and prowess, he kind of has the codes, and obviously got RC to cough up the access codes, pass them on to Lugnut so that Lugnut could then imprint onto the Omega clones, but it's incomplete. There's missing some kind of patch. There's Constant's reference to a data patch, that kind of thing, whereas I've speculated that Shockwave just trying to figure it out as he goes. He's like, oh yeah, let me see if I could just creepy fingies my way through this. But the point being is that Lugnut is the only person that can specifically control the Omega clones, having been hardwired directly into Omega Supreme. So think about this. So Lugnut is like hardwired into Omega. And as we see towards the end of the episode in the world's tiniest chair, but he's hardwired into Omega, and somehow via Omega, that's how the mechanism of the control is. But my point being is, like, here in this sequence, Lugnut is having his day. This is Lugnut's day out. He is speechifying, and he's just talking about how awesome Megatron is. He's like, yeah, Megatron fucks so hard. This is so cool. I'm the best Lugnut ever. And it's like, because Megatron just says, like, hey, go destroy the tower. And it's like, oh yes, it would be, my absolute honor, the great and glorious Megatron. This will be the biggest glorious moment in the history of ever.
Your genius exceeds all others, and I am but your humble and obedient servant.
And the thing that we learn here is that even theater kid Megatron has an upper limit to what his tolerance is. And I love that in this finale, Megatron is shown more than a couple times just being annoyed with everyone else's being extra while he himself is super extra.
Furthermore, Shockwave, is there any way to bypass this endless pontificating and command these clones directly?
Projecting. I mean, come on. Totally that moment. But I think it's also important to say, like, he asked this of Shockwave very aggressively, asking if they can bypass this command structure. I think this is also really important to show. I don't know if it's important to show, but I think it's interesting that they decided to show it, that this wasn't all part of his plan. This is the one time we're seeing this kind of faltering in Megatron's whole thing of, like, everything's part of my master plan all the time. Even just asking that question of Shockwave in that way admits that this wasn't maybe part of the plan after all.
Yeah. And the TF Wiki has a take here that actual mileage may vary, so Shockwave says that he's still working on the data patch.
Until then, you'll just have to relay all orders through Lugnut.
And it says that Shockwave demonstrates how to smirk without a face. And thinking that, like, the implication is that Shockwave is delighting in this bit where Megatron now has to deal with who he has now said is his most loyal servant.
That's interesting.
So let's go back a quarter step to the whole mechanism that got Lugnut imprinted with the codes to begin with. There was this feud that we've now co-signed that Megatron himself engineered between Shockwave and Lugnut, so that Lugnut would have this overdeveloped sense of notice me, senpai, when it came time to get imprinted with the codes. And so, yeah, I would imagine in this moment, Shockwave's still kind of smarting from that, because Shockwave's whole thing is like, dude, I was there before all of you assholes. Yeah. I risked Spark and Servo as a double agent on Cybertron for millions of years. What have you been doing other than kissing Megatron's feet and just being a hapless doof throughout the universe? I, Shockwave, have actually been getting shit done. Obviously, I'm the most loyal. Shockwave is still trying to figure out how to. He's still dinking around in RC's skull, which again is particularly invasive. Meanwhile, back in Detroit, this is a smash cut, actually, because it's like, oh man, you have to relay all of the orders through Lugnut. Bam, missiles. All of the missiles.
Yeah, yeah. And that's sort of like a Lugnut special. I mean, we've kind of seen that visually before. Now we're kind of seeing it on a bigger scale. It's very cool. But speaking of smash cuts, that's pretty much the trope of this episode. It's boom, boom, back and forth, just real. There's no George Lucas fades here or anything. No. This is just like literally clipping away the animation cells.
Yeah.
It's just like,
relentless in your face.
Yeah, truly. And kind of what I was talking at earlier, it really kind of juxtaposes the slower tone of Endgame Part 1, where you're like, let's go and do a flashback. Let's take our time with it. This is not that. This is all forward motion. There's no flashbacks. There's no how did we do it. This is all happening real time, kind of 24 style.
Yeah, all action all the time. So the clones open fire on Sumdac Tower, which a giant force field is erected, and not unlike the color of my boot camp Stinger. It is the same shade of green, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It looks delicious.
Right. Now you're like, oh, kind of minty, maybe a little cocoa flavor coming off that force field.
So much creme de cacao. But so they realize that under this onslaught, under this attack, that force field isn't going to last very long. And Ratchet again pleads with Optimus.
Our only hope here is an aerial assault with the Magnus Hammer.
Yes, he doubles down, if not triples down, maybe quadruples down on using this Magnus Hammer. And in the same vein, Optimus again suggests that, it's not for me, but at least he brings up some point here. He said, I can't even stand up to one Starscream clone. How's it going to battle an Omega clone army? And I think that's really solid kind of logic. I mean, we know he's kind of doing it out of this, I don't want to say cowardly place, but just out of this place of like, I don't think I can do this. But at least he's trying to bring some like justification to it.
Yeah, I think it is multi-purpose here, because I think he has like, I don't know. You look at Optimus Prime's confidence like a power meter. It's like, it was kind of low. It's like, I don't want to use the Magnus Hammer. But then he's like, but I got the idea. Let me get a jetpack. And it's like, it's like test your might. It's like you build up the power meter, and then he goes for a flight, has the time of his life. His confidence is boosted, and then he just gets bodied by Slipstream. She just kicks his ass, and that knocks him down a peg, so much so to where he's kind of back at the same spot of like, oh golly shucks, I don't know if this hammer stuff is for me. But I like though that Prowl jumps in and says like,
I'll be right by your side. I know Master Yokotron would say it's the ninja bot, not the weapon.
It's like poetry. It rhymes. It's like, this is the second time that Prowl comes in and says like, yeah, but you got me. I'm going to help you. And he's all like freaking hero pose with his goddamn jump jets and stuff. And there is nothing cooler looking than Prowl in like mid flight with those jump jets. Like it is just such cool posing. Especially with the freaking Yokotron armor and all that. It's great.
Yeah. And it's really such a great moment after the flashback episode, where we kind of see the last flashback, that moment between Optimus and Prowl. Like, they are a lot closer than we realized. They've seen something in each other. We kind of get it. We kind of seen Optimus like care for all his cadets, kind of the same level, but now we know there's this sort of bond between the two of them. So this whole episode where they're kind of like partners in crime, equals, really beautiful coming off that flashback. Really into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it's reciprocal also, because like Optimus reaching his hand out to Prowl and saying like, yes, I do understand what it's like to lose everything and have to start over. They are spark bonded for life. Like there's an understanding there, and there's I don't know, there's an affection there with Prowl where he's like, I am with you. It's a lot of Bucky energy. He's like, I'm with you to the end of the line. And it's like, and I think that Prowl is almost kind of Optimus's lucky charm also.
Oh yeah, I can see that. I think one of the things too, when I was rewatching the Endgame Part 1 and seeing those flashbacks, like it really dawned on me that, they've always been shown as kind of like the clumsy space bridge crew, but really it's just because the thing they have in common is none of them are really supposed to be there. I just think that's really important to kind of remember. Like all of them are there because of career missteps. None of them were like, God, I really want to be good at space bridge stuff. Well, maybe Bulkhead, but even he didn't want to work on the grunt side of it. He wanted to work on the engineer designing side of it. Yeah. So yeah, they're all there. They're not supposed to be. So even all those moments, Ratchet stacking the energon cubes and one falls off and all the bumbling, they're not supposed to be there. That wasn't their calling. They're just kind of all forced into this role.
Unless it was the will of the Allspark the entire time. Because we haven't talked about that in an entire season, because once Sari undergoes her transformation and the plot device of the key is taken away, and that's her tether to the Allspark, all of the will of the Allspark legislation conversation just goes away. Organically, it's just we just stopped talking about it because it just stopped happening. But how many of those early episodes where it's the Allspark wanted this to happen? Even the stuff with the human supervillains, it's how much did the Allspark allow this to happen? How much of the will of the Allspark nudge events along so that things could happen?
Right. Was that all training for them? Was that kind of, just giving them slightly more increasing difficulty situations just to get them up to where they need to be for this grand finale?
Right.
That's really interesting.
Well, because you almost look at it from a video game standpoint, or even a role-playing game standpoint. It's low XP at a, transform and roll out exclamation point, to the point where they can't even take on a goop monster successfully.
Right.
But now, after all of these experiences, whether it's by a guiding hand of the Allspark or some other type of Cybertronian divine intervention, they are now here, the sum of their experiences. Again, I had shared recently that, I've seen that Final Reckoning. I have seen the Final Reckoning. And one of the things over and over is everything we are is the sum of our choices, that kind of thing. And this very much pays off here in Endgame Part 2.
Yeah, and it explains so much kind of the legislation we've had of why does it allow this? Why does all these little powers that the Allspark has had that we've kind of talked about the rules of, and then in the next episode it flips it on its side. Maybe, it is kind of all omniscient, all empowered, but it's just doing these little one-off things as needed to get them in this place. That's a really cool sentiment to send this off on.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of sending things off of, this is probably my favorite interaction of dialogue in the episode, and maybe even of the series, if I think about it for too long. Basically, so they hatch the plan. It's Optimus and Prowl are going to take to the air and take the fight to Megatron, and Sari offers to join in, and she starts off, she's super defiant, mouthy brat. Sorry, Sumdac.
I'm going to. I have a jetpack.
And because
everybody's got one.
Everybody can fly. They fly now. But it's you feel like it's we talked about steps forward and steps back. It's every time we've gotten somewhere with a progression of the Sari relationship, there's some kind of step backwards. And then Optimus goes to cut her off. He's just no, sorry, and this whole thing she slips into, and the reaction to it is magnificent.
No, sorry. It's
yeah, too dangerous. I know.
It's always too dangerous, and and she speaks for the audience. I mean, she spoke for me in that. It's guys, she's a super powered teenager. I mean, she's got knife hands.
Knife hands?
She's got knives in her hands. She's got laser skates.
She's something you aren't. She's a new evolution here.
Exactly. And Optimus kind of lets her go, until she is tired out. And then he's calmly, And I love the timbre of David Kay's delivery here.
I was going to say it's more important for you to protect your father and your fellow organics.
It's like Optimus had a job for her in his strategic planning of like what everybody needs to do. It's Sari's job to protect the tower and save the humans. Brilliant.
What a twist on a classic trope of this show. It happens several times in a season. I think it always happens in the finales that this comes up. And what a time to twist it on the expectations of it. Awesome. And then from this, I'll have to ask your opinion on this. There's one last like monster high def glorious super transformation sequence for the road, kind of single tier. Everyone transforms.
Transform and roll out.
I mean, it's like,
one last time.
That one. Yeah, exactly. Yes. I'm going to need you to transform and roll out one last time.
Now, I didn't go into the archive, if you will, but this felt like a new version of that old animation, or it was jazzed up in some way, a new background, something. But just seeing how the parts move, I was like, this feels different than like the original time we saw this happen. I wonder if they got the go ahead to like redraw this from scratch one last time.
Potentially. Like I like you, I haven't gone back to look at some of those other climactic finale transformations, but I certainly noticed how vivid the speed lines were. Like almost like they've overlaid new special effects. Even if the animation itself isn't new, the background effects certainly are. Like the whole streaking speed lines thing, very, very cool. Which I will say it's kind of a rose and a thorn, because as cool as it looks, it kind of underscores how rudimentary the transformations are.
Yeah.
Just like we're just showing Bumblebee's feet come together and fold in, and that's about it.
Yeah, the speed lines, they kind of reminded me of like the old Star Trek credits, or even the Transformers '86 movie credits, which kind of copied that Superman Star Trek thing.
Yep.
It just kind of felt like the same there, like we're in the same wheelhouse.
So the Autobots do transform and roll out, and Sari takes off to the tower, and Optimus and Prowl take to the air. And I love this scene. Like this also says a lot. I think that's going to be a trope for the conversations that we have. It's like, this scene says a lot. It's like, yes, they all say a lot. I get it. Thank you. Let go of my wrist. But I love this where like Megatron is like looking at like the view screen at the scope, and he sees a flying Autobot with a hammer. And of course, he assumes it's Ultra Magnus.
Ultra Magnus? Here?
Does that have the implication that Ultra Magnus can fly? Or is Megatron just literally just fixating on the hammer?
Yeah, that's a great question. Or maybe he's kind of like calculated and put it together in his head, like, oh, he's got flight technology. He did this thing. Like, damn it. Now he's like the ultimate enemy.
Yeah.
It's tough to say, because in this show, it doesn't seem like Megatron's surprised by anything, or he's got such a poker face. It's really hard to let on. I mean, that's good news for the animators, right? They don't have to do much reactionary expression in Megatron's face, but it works. I mean, it's just like, oh, what is this guy thinking?
And the direct result, though, is that he's relieved to find that it's just some random Autobot.
No, merely a cheap imitation.
Because again, Optimus Prime,
nameless Autobot, right?
Yep. Yeah, just some dude who's just some dog shit on his shoe. You know, it's just like, oh, it's just him. He might not even know that this is the guy that he's clashed with before. Like I could see Megatron being like that. It's like, oh, you again. I mean, it's literally just like, I think about you every day. I don't think about you at all.
Yes, exactly.
Or even to double down on that, it's the Scarlet Witch Thanos situation. There, it's like, you took everything from me, and it's like, bitch, I don't even know who you are. It's kind of that thing also.
Yeah, and I mean, we should also mention Optimus is masked up at this point, so he does sort of have like a different facial, this is a very different version of Optimus than he's ever seen. I wrote down, I hate that I did this, but I wrote down Optimus masks up. He's not a big faith over fear guy. That just kind of was like a nice little moment for me.
Yeah, he did his own research.
I saw someone wearing a t-shirt just last weekend, a faith over fear t-shirt, and I was just so annoyed.
Wow.
I was just so annoyed. And then I watched this episode, and it must have been in my blood.
In the year of our Lord 2025, people are still wearing shit like that. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Yikes. But yeah, like one of the things that is interesting, like you said, Mikel Andrews, like, you know, Wingblade Optimus is a different look. And we've discussed previously how my perception of TFA Optimus is without the mask. And I've even stuck my neck out and say, like, you know, he almost looks funny with the mask on. Like it doesn't look right, even though that is such like an intrinsic feature of Optimus Prime as a character, as part of his evergreen look. I've said that I like that the legacy version of the toy doesn't have a face mask because I don't think it belongs. So now when you see this Wingblade Optimus with the mask, and he's wearing the mask for the better portion of the episode here, it does have symbolism for how he's leveled up and where he's at in his hero's journey. And it should look different. And I like that they've used the face mask with restraint so that it actually means something when it actually deploys. Not all that dissimilar to the live action movies. Like, you know, the kind of like, is it the live action movies that kind of like canonize the idea of a quote unquote battle mask, that kind of thing?
Right. Yeah. I think it's so interesting that you have that thought, because the mask in this scene, especially, used in this show sparingly, is kind of like a G1 reference. It's trying to boost that G1 score, if you will, a little homage. But someone like you, who should, be like thrilled that this looks more like the G1 Optimus, you're so engrossed in this version, the TFA version of Optimus, you're like, oh, it's almost a little weird that he's wearing it, right? Like it's a little bit jarring visually to you. I think that's just kind of a testament to this version of the character, that you can get used to him one way. He's very much his own thing compared to other iterations of Optimus.
Yeah, absolutely. And so from there, Prowl and Optimus avoid a barrage of missiles and laser blasts. But
Prowl's just pinging them away, right? Ping, ping. I love that.
It's pretty cool.
Optimus is busy posing. Prowl is doing the dirty work.
Yes, that's true. And I don't want to think too hard about where those missiles go that he's deflected.
Yep. Nope.
Job security for the search and rescue team. My goodness. No. Support search and rescue, get lost, that kind of thing. But it kind of underscores how weirdly abandoned Detroit is here in season 3. Like, gone are the days of like fully populated parks and streets. And I think it took the APDC guys remarking on that. It's just like, yeah, these streets are empty. And it took me a while to clock it and said, oh yeah, that's right. There's nobody here. Like, I mean, gone are the days of just like getting like a stray Comrade kid signing. I will confess, I was really hoping to see that dude one more time. And I'm kind of bummed that we didn't. And talking about things that I was kind of hoping for, I didn't expect to see him here in the finale, but I was hoping sometime during season 3, given that we've canonized Comrade Kid as a character, it would have been nice to have seen him one more time. I didn't realize that we said goodbye to him so soon.
Yeah. Well, how crazy would it be if they did a sighting of him and then it was like him aged up and then it's Mike Seibert going, how much time has passed? Like it's all coming together. Yeah, I don't know. Just do it just to mess with you.
Oh man, I love it. And so, Optimus is doing posing like you had said. He's like trying to call the lightning and kind of not being successful at it.
Yeah, he's not super effective with the hammer yet, but he's like got the full like God of Thunder or kind of the God of Hammers I was kind of thinking about Ragnarok at this point. Thor Ragnarok.
Sure. Yeah.
But you're right. He's kind of starting up the celestial swirling storm cloud, but he just can't quite like get it off.
Phrasing.
I just think even at the start of this whole thing, it's really exceptional animation when he takes the first swing at Lugnut Supreme, even if it's a whiff. But in this moment, he talks to the hammer.
I know you don't think I'm programmed to be a hero, but work with me, will you?
That's cool. That's kind of going back to what we're talking about. Like, is this a real thing that he needs to ask permission for, or is he like talking to himself? It's another great moment of like, who is he talking to?
Yeah. And I love that it's not answered. I love that in a way that there is no lore attached to the Magnus Hammer. Like, I mean, we could speculate all we like, but in context, in the text, there's no implication of sentience. There's no specific enchantment or that, you know, that it's a totem. It could be symbolic, which is what Sentinel's interest is in it, you know, and that, you know, Ultra Magnus, you know, wields it as a symbol of leadership. But aside from just being a lightning weather dominator weapon, there might not be all that much to it. And this thing with Optimus, because I've thought about that line of dialogue for a while. I wonder if he's just speaking to his own lack of confidence. Like, you know, his dialogue is directed at the hammer, but he could also be speaking inwardly as well. It's just like, come on, man, let's figure this out.
Yeah, and there's a big moment for the, you know, there was no magic in this hammer all along. It was inside you. You know, they didn't do that, but it was there. That moment's there.
Well, because we've talked a lot about in this show the perspective of mysticism and the supernatural and what is and what isn't. I mean, we just did a whole damn tangent about, you know, the will of the Allspark, and there may be some divinity to it, or it could just be a weapon, or, you know, the magic is within him, or he's just a guy, you know, and I like that it's not so explicitly said, and that it could be all of those things and it could be none of those things. It's kind of cool. And it gives something like knuckleheads like us something to talk about and discuss.
Right. Exactly. I also want to mention here too that on the ground, the rest of the team is helping the humans, and the vibe here feels very like Roland Emmerich level disaster movie. That's really kind of focusing on the chunks coming down, the scared people looking up in the sky. I really appreciated that kind of that summer blockbuster feel of that.
Yeah.
Jazz, get these humans to Sumdac Tower. Right now, it's the safest place in the city.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a lot going on here. Like you had mentioned earlier, this is where Optimus uses the hammer to try to conjure this whirlwind, this tornado attack. And to the point where he even tells Prowl, he's like, you might want to get out of here. I think with the implication of like, he doesn't know if it's going to work. He doesn't know what this does. He doesn't know what he's doing, but he's all willpower at this point. He's just like, I'm just gonna try my best.
Right. Yeah. Or the other way I kind of took it was like the Buzz Lightyear, you know, you don't want to be in the way when my laser goes off kind of a thing.
Sure.
Like, is he overconfident or is he underconfident? It can be played both ways.
I like either way. Regardless, the outcome is like this does work to an extent, and the Lugnut Supremes are cast away, but not too far away, but just far enough to where one last time, my friends, the gates are opening. You're in the Jeep. It is time for Meanwhile on Dinobot Island.
Yes. God, that feels like for you.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we're just ticking boxes for me. Exactly. And I don't remember if we talked about this. So Dinobot Island is destroyed. Then you have the Christmas episode. Then you have the episode after that. And I neglected to call attention to, because we have a Meanwhile on Dinobot Island, and it's shown just being destroyed in like its current form, with like the, half crescent moon looking type of thing. So you have that visual cue here when we go, meanwhile, on Dinobot Island. So the Lugnuts crash and talk about things that I would have liked that would have added unnecessary bits to the runtime. I am bummed out we didn't see the Dinobots here. I would have, I don't know if I needed a full-on confrontation between the Dinobots and the Lugnut Supremes. Maybe they take out one of them or something, or like they make sure the one that's already disabled stays disabled, that type of thing. But now that we've seen it all, I am kind of disappointed that the curtain call on the Dinobots is getting their dicks kicked in the dirt by Jetfire and Jetstorm. Like, that's how we leave those characters.
Yeah, that is a weird way to leave them, isn't it? Kind of getting beat by the good guys.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. And of course, your poor dude Snarl, just like sad panda, just slumped over in the rocks.
Just yesterday, I was looking through a picture on my phone, and I went across that screenshot I grabbed of his face, and I just felt this pang of hurt in my heart of, oh no, he's so sad.
So sad. And like freaking Sentinel Prime just like jabbing him with his lamp. He's like, do something.
Horrible.
Strong sad.
But I do love, kind of for your sake, that they did bring us back to Dinobot Island one more time, even if they didn't show the Dinobots. It could have, those Guardians, Dark Guardians, whatever, Lugnut Supremes, they could have landed anywhere, right? And just kept on with the animation. But they threw it back to Dinobot Island one last time. And I don't know where the impetus of this came from. Is it like, we got to show Dinobot Island one last time for the sake of the thing? Or did someone picture how fucking cool it would look later when, like, they're walking back through the Great Lake to the city and they're walking through the water? Like, I wonder how that all came together. But either way, just brilliant.
Yeah, I think it's that one. And I think they did that for me for distance legislation, because we've talked so much about how far is Dinobot Island from Detroit. Is it like an island within this Great Lake? And we've talked about the size of the Great Lakes, and so it's close, but not too close and not too far away, far enough away to where it takes these Lugnuts some time. They don't get there too fast. They don't get there too slow. It doesn't take too long. It's real Goldilocks. It's just right to add this bit of tension. I should also note at this time that I didn't figure this out until I started looking at my notes for release date. This episode drops on Friday the 13th. And one of my notes is that the imagery of the Lugnuts walking with determination across the lake is very Jason Voorhees. Like there are times where he's just like tromping through the lake, in that case, he's gonna kill some promiscuous teenagers, but still it's kind of like that steadfast.
He's still doing that in a way. These guys are doing that.
That's true. But yeah, I couldn't shake that imagery, and I like that it actually works and coincides with our release date. We've been batting 1,000 with our release dates lately.
I mean, like at work here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you talk about like, divinity and things like that, and kismet and coincidences and fate and whatever. It's like, we've had 2 separate episodes land on the anniversary of the air date completely by dumb luck. Like I promise you, there was no planning. Do I look like I've got a plan? I mean, I'm real Dark Knight Joker here. It's like, I'm like a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught one. I'm like, do I look like the kind of guy who has a plan?
Do you want to know how I got these release dates?
TFWiki.com. Oh my God. I'm sorry. .net. TFWiki.net.
Yeah. So along with that, I guess that final note on that scene, I really think it's cool how Megatron's order is destroy everything that's not me.
Yeah.
That's how he sends them back into battle. This is another level of showing desperation on his part. I just think it's really interesting in this final episode that they're showing so much fallacy in Megatron after building him up for so long. But this is another thing where, that's a really kind of rogue claim to give. That's a very imprecise, instead of a scalpel, that's a sledgehammer of a command for Megatron. Really kind of jarring. And if you're following Megatron's character trajectory, this is like, like this guy's in trouble.
Yeah. Well, and the veneer is slipping. Like, I mean, cool, calculated, confident. Of course I planned it this way. Everything is happening as I have foreseen. This is my design, all of that. And now, like you were calling to, the desperation and the escalation in his voice. He's like,
destroy the Autobots. Destroy the city. Destroy anything that's not me.
He is so mad at this point, at a time where we very rarely see him this unhinged. He's like, this field test is over. Fuck this. Yeah. We're not testing nothing. We are going hell bent for leather tonight. We're going for broke. Kill these people. I've had it.
Right. Yeah. I think he was going for, that's sort of like precision move he could have made. Would have just gone along with his like, look at this beautiful poetry that I'm sewing, but now he's just like, fuck it, smash it all.
Yeah. I don't care. Break it. Yeah. Because sometimes you just want to break stuff.
It's just one of those days.
And I'll admit it's a little bit rough to see, even though, I'm not historically rooting for Megatron in this show. There's a little bit of like, oh no, like this is the one thing I thought was really cool about him is he's just cool, calculated, nothing phases him. And now we're seeing him get hurt.
Yeah. Well, and it took me a while to understand the imagery so it's like you see the two lug nuts, traverse across the lake like Jason Voorhees. And the implication is that Megatron is stuck in the broken one. And I think that fuels his fire a little more too. That probably makes him even more mad. It's like, I'm stuck in the broken one. Come on, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's already had to relay all of his orders through Lugnut now, and now he's like incapacitated physically. And it's just like,
yeah.
I mean, I get it. I relate to him. I've been this Megatron at some point in my life. But it's tough to see from this characterization of him.
Well, I think also in this part as well, I think when Megatron declares that the test is a failure, correct me if I'm wrong, but is his original move to retreat? Doesn't he say like, hey, man, well, let's just regroup back on the moon? And I think it's when Lugnut says, "Oh, my lord and master, the glorious Megatron. Unfortunately, I have some bad news for you.
Forgive me, oh great one, but their flight capabilities are disabled."
Yeah, when he goes through a site from the Bible of Megatron,
yes,
chapter 2, verse 4.
Yeah. So as we said, Megatron is mad. He lashes out and he decides he's going to accompany this attack force himself. And man, oh man, are we treated to once again this I don't think is a new animation like with the Autobots. We've seen this a couple times before, but it is no less thrilling every time you see it. And it is a bit truncated, this transformation sequence, because he's just going from robot mode into vehicle mode. Like it's far more elaborate and dramatic when it's the other way around, but still pretty cool.
Yeah. And it feels angrier here. I don't know what they do, but maybe it's just coming off his characterization. But yeah, it feels just like, ugh. They talked about that a lot. I know you're not a huge fan of the Bayverse live action movies, but they talked about that a lot of times of giving them different transformations based on their temperament. They kind of famously, when Optimus Prime is angry, he transforms a little more aggressively, a little more quickly.
Wow.
So like, I feel like that language is already there of like, they have the potential to do that.
Yeah, I like that. And we've seen bits and drabs of that But I think you're right. I think the live action movies kind of refined that. But like I'm still reminded of like some like early G1s, like, you know, like one of my favorite transformations. I want to say the episode is Roll For It. I don't remember, but it's the one where Soundwave runs through a volleyball net while he's being chased by Prowl and Blue Streak. But like imagery that will always stick with me is the kineticness of Prowl running around the corner and basically like throwing himself over. And as he twists, he like kind of like falls into car mode. It's it's really cool looking stuff. I've always liked that kind of stuff or even like Jazz does like a jump, like, you know, he does like a dive and puts his hands on the ground and then kind of like gets down. I've always loved that kind of stuff, you know, transformations with character. And it's like, you know, I mean, even in Transformers, the movie, like, you know, when Optimus goes for his final run, there's a, you know, he's consolidating his strength for the final battle. Like you could really feel it. Like when he tucks himself into truck mode, he's just like, he's compacting it all in. And then when he jumps up into the sky and does the jump, he's releasing it, all of it, you know, all of his power, his anger, his rage, his righteousness, his compassion for his friends, and just, you know, lays waste to these fuckers. But anyway, so personality with emotion and transformation with emotion and personality is thumbs up for me. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah. That Optimus also famously has a little bit of a jump jet situation going on.
Very much
to get that leap.
Gets robots, gets rockets coming out of his thighs.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's his hips. I don't know. He's got rockets coming out of his hips. I don't know.
Rocket thighs.
Yeah. Rocket thighs save lives.
Yeah, right. Okay, serious moment here, Mike. Serious moment.
Sure.
We have this really beautiful moment with Sari and Isaac Sumdac. I really liked this. And even, you know, as I mentioned, I was watching with my partner, Kate. She even had this really elicited an action out of her. Mm-hmm. Because this is Sari leaving for the moon. She apparently hasn't told her dad this, and her dad hasn't realized it. But deep down, he maybe kind of knows, because he actually doesn't argue too much with it. Right. There's so much unspoken dialogue here. I just think that's so powerful in an animated show for kids, like how much this is coming across, because the actual lines of it are just kind of so short and brief, but they're saying so much.
I can't explain it, but something tells me I need to go. I love you, Dad.
And she kind of portals out with the rest of them. And this, I guess, one of the lines I'm talking about specifically is Isaac Sumdac says, "But how do you breathe?" And then Sari gets her masks up moment. I just think that's so. It's one of those lines where it's like, I love you, I care about you, I'm worried about you, without saying it. How will you breathe is, you know, the engineer's line of I'm worried about you. Yeah. Well, and to tack on to that, we've talked recently how Isaac is kind of all of the characters, the one who is reconciled the most with Sari's superpowered aspect. Like, you know, he tells Ratchet, it's like, you know, don't argue with her. You know, I've given up doing that. You know, and there's an acceptance there. And there's an acceptance of what her current form is, whether it's as a cyborg or even just as an aged up teenager. Like and as being a person that is technically proficient and knows stuff about stuff and could commune with machines and has all these superpowers, Isaac is okay with it. Like he gets it and he supports it. I mean, again, like in these last couple episodes, Isaac Sumdac, good dad. Like he has turned into a really good dad in like this last bit here. And like you said, you know, he doesn't fight her on it, but there is a little bit of comedy where it's just like, oh yeah, you know, here's the coordinates and you're going to go to the moon and you're going to do all this stuff. And, you know, and they have their greeting where, you know, Sari is especially warm and affectionate. And she's like, I love you, Dad. And he's like,
oh, that is very sweet, Sari. But why are you telling?
Oh, you're going with them.
Yeah.
Like, and even in that moment, Tom Kenny does so much with the inflection and the emotion, where he goes from like shocked to accepting right away, because like you said, Mikel Andrews, he knows that she has to be a part of this mission, because whether he knows and understands that she has to figure out what's wrong with RC or how to, fix Omega and things like that, he might not know those things, but he knows that she's a valuable member of this team, and that her skills and assets are essential to the success of this mission. He knows.
Yeah, absolutely. And another moment here too, like I like the little mask up as a response to How Will You Breathe. But I'm gonna give, so you give your Mike's G1 score, I'm giving Mike's S1 score, season 1 score, because this moment called back to me the cute Sorry Sumdac early days of when she really looked up to Optimus. When Optimus was her favorite, she would dress up for him as Halloween. Her masking up so soon after Optimus masking up was like just this little callback to that sort of like hero worship. And I just got the warm tingles all over when she masks up, just like Optimus did.
Oh, that's tasty. I like that. That is that's delicious storytelling. I love that thematically, because it all ties back together. Yeah, I mean, terrific moment between the two of them. So they get into the transwarp, and I think maybe I missed a moment here, because like the Decepticons leave, like they leave to go to Earth, but then that's when the Autobots show up, because there's this visual gag where like they leave and then the transwarp opens and there's the Autobots, and Bumblebee is he's like, well, where'd everybody go? That type of thing. But you also get this wonderful moment again, like this. Like you had said previously, Mikel Andrews, this episode is mostly action, but the things that I'm delighting in discussing are like these tiny little moments, these character interactions. It's like it's both loud and quiet at the same time. I was thinking about preparing a thesis going into this episode without watching them, having a take about like, so that whole stuff with Sorry Sumdac kind of came to nothing, didn't it? Her, they aged her up for nothing. Her. I was prepared to have that take. I'll be honest with you. Sure. But it's not that, because we get moments like this. I absolutely love that she takes a moment like any cyborg hybrid human person would, anyone who's not a goddamn transformer, to take a second and have awe that they're on the moon, the majesty of it. Like, holy shit, I'm on the moon.
Wow. I can't believe I'm really on the moon.
Yeah, exactly. I think you hit it right on the head. It's showing she still has a human side after all this conjecture of, she can talk to machines and she's cyber organic and the protoform stuff. Like, it really juxtaposes how like she's still human, the awe of being on the moon. Mm-hmm. I think that's super important to show that is what also has in common with like the moment with her father, like showing the human side along with this new techno-organic side.
So off in the distance, the crew sees Omega Supreme standing tall, but then they also see another figure off in the distance, and Ratchet immediately clocks that it's RC, and they run to her. Like, it's just like, oh shit. And Bumblebee's got a little bit of that also.
Yeah, well, this goes back to like that strange connection between Bumblebee and RC now, like the schoolboy and the teacher kind of a thing.
Phrasing. Boom.
That's the spirit.
Shut up.
Not weird, not gross. Don't think of it that way. But they have like this special bond now. And just more on a more serious note, the visual of RC standing off in the distance, there was something sort of like Victorian about this, where you have like the maiden on the cliffside watching the ship at sea or something. Like, she's just kind of staring off into the distance. Yeah. It's kind of cold, kind of creepy, but just iconic in a way.
Absolutely. And it is an iconic pose and an iconic moment. Last year, when we welcomed Sue Blue to CyberFest Northwest in Seattle, there was a little talking out of school here, but there was a bit of confusion about whether she was going to bring prints to sell and sign, or if we were to provide them. So proactively, the organization team came up with a couple of ideas of, RC prints. And one of them was a screen grab of this moment where she's standing on the empty moonscape, head tipped down, staring contemplatively. And it's a lovely composition. It's a great shot, but man, it's also heartbreaking given exactly what happens when Ratchet starts interacting with her and discovers that she's reverted all the way back again. And it's there's a degree of melancholy and haunting. Ultimately, Sue had a robust set of prints that she brought, and we didn't have to worry about it. But like now, having seen the show, and had we printed those, that would have been one that I would have liked to have had. It's like, and it's sometimes where things happen to me in this fandom too early, because now that's something I would kind of like for my collection, to have like that scene with Sue Blue's autograph, like in the Starfield. That's something I would really like to have.
Yeah, really beautiful. Quick note here too, just kind of calling back to Endgame Part 1. Watching this with my partner Kate, that was something she really took to. The minute RC kind of started spouting off, the first time we see RC, she starts spouting off kind of the school teacher Alexa responses, I think I called it. Like that really moved Kate. Kind of elicited like an audible sound from her of just like that sort of like that juxtaposition we've been talking about all the time of the school teacher in the war zone. That really struck her, even in just that small moment of it. So hats off again to the Transformers animated crew.
RC, you're online.
Yes, young bots, we're all online, and I'm here to teach you what it means to be a Cybertronian.
Yeah, and it's worse than that, because you think it's heartbreaking and heart-wrenching enough that she's just like, oh, that's a great question, young bot, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But she's out there in the open for a very specific reason, and she's bait. Yeah. We come to discover she is bait for Shockwave to attack, and even as he's attacking, he's taunting them.
I knew it was merely a matter of time before you came back here to find your little friend.
I like, we talked in our previous episode so much about my opinion about this iteration of Shockwave, and I like that he gets to be evil on main here. That he's just like, I did this specifically to draw you guys out, and now here you are, and now I'm gonna wreck your day. It's evil. It's terrible, but it's great. As Worrell often says, like the treatment of the RC character, because trope wise, it is kind of tropey, kind of retrograde to use the female identifying character as bait. But I think it really serves the story here in like, this is the catalyst to draw out the good guys and to show the evil of the bad guys. Like, I think this is, sometimes tropes, even in their ugliness, still have weight and power. That's how they became tropes. It's like, it doesn't come from nothing.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's too important here to show that it's not, here's the female character in trouble. It's who's the most innocent, who's the most symbol of innocence on this whole show. And it's RC kind of in her, basic state here of just kind of reverted to just this basic programming. She's the most childlike of anyone on the show, even Bumblebee, even Sorry at this point. So it's really more of a child endangerment than it is a female endangerment.
Yeah,
if that makes it better somehow, I don't know.
So regardless, this Shockwave is pretty successful at first. In this sneak attack, Ratchet and Sorry take RC and they book it and they go off to Omega Supreme. But it seems that Shockwave kind of has the upper hand for a bit, but Bulkhead and Bumblebee kind of rally, and they Bulkhead ends up knocking off Shockwave's cannon. And so he's, the tide has turned. And now Shockwave has like his gun like just out of reach, and Bumblebee and Bulkhead are approaching him. Like they now have the upper hand. So it's kind of cool to see them working together and using these attacks and taking down Shockwave. And you talk about, good writing and how nothing gets wasted, and like it has to be these characters. Like, as much as this episode pays off everything, this is such a righteous payoff. This scene rocks. Like they didn't even have to put this in because like it's such a fast-paced, jam-packed episode. I was delighted that they took the time to do this whole scene where it pays off the stuff from boot camp. And even you could even argue that this kind of, in a way, reconciles some of Bumblebee's guilt and angst from the Wasp incident. Like he now gets his opportunity to not only get revenge on Shockwave, but also on Longarm himself here. Like this is so smart, and this is so cool the way this goes. But I loved it. I was cackling when I watched this episode because it's so fun. It's so good. I don't know what Shockwave how he thinks this is going to possibly work. You and I had spoken in the last episode about how we kind of parted ways about how we like this. Now that Shockwave is kind of out and proud, that like I like the evil confidence where you kind of like the more nebbishness, unsure of him. So his constant befuddlement. Yeah. And one last time we get a return to that here where he slips back into Longarm. And I don't know. I delighted so much in the vocal delivery here. He's just like, hey, guys, buddies. I like the buddies. like so good. It is so good.
Guys, buddies, you wouldn't want to take out your old platoon mate Longarm, would you?
Yeah, it's that you wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you? Kind of a.
He does. He like pulls out the Longarm glasses out of his jacket and just like puts them on. And it's great. And all the while you see his hand reaching for the cannon, for the gun. And obviously you can't do this. Obviously I'm glad it goes the way that it does. But like in my mind, if for my imagination, I would have loved it if Bumblebee and Bulkhead just Pulp Fiction this dude.
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
And maybe like there's a thing where like he actually reaches for it, grabs the gun, and as he's about to pull it on him, and self-defense, like they had no choice, that type of thing. But I would have loved this moment to maybe that's some fan art that somebody that's not me can do, where it's like it's Bumblebee and Bulkhead standing like Travolta and Samuel L.
An iconic shot, right?
Yeah in their suits, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's like it felt like the window was there for that to happen. Again, I'm glad it didn't. So the Shockwave cannon is destroyed by Bulkhead's wrecking ball instead, but the boys have won.
Yeah, just to pull back from this moment a little bit and talk about the animation, I don't think I've ever noticed like how much the end of the barrel of the Shockwave cannon is just his face. They really line that up in this time to kind of drive that home, and I was like jarred by it a little bit. I was like, I don't like that. Is his gun a blaster? Or I mean, is his face a gun? Is his gun a face? Like, it was just a weird kind of moment that I didn't really want to have.
That's a real lockdown situation there. It's like, oh,
yeah, early Bayverse lockdown for sure.
Yeah. Or DeHarnhand from that one Star Wars short story. It's like Tales of the Bounty Hunters. There was like this dude that literally just has like a gun for a face. It's real dumb. But anyway, like, so I remember we talked about that a little bit during the Christmas episode because I hadn't seen Shockwave in battle at that point. Like, so like I even speculated that the design of the cannon almost looked Megatron-esque. Like in fact, I think I even speculated that it may have actually been Megatron's cannon because it's, you know, it's black and red and has very similar design, but still, yeah, it's, that was, that is very bizarre. It's like, is your face a gun? Is the gun a face?
Yeah. Well, if you look at it through that lens, how it recontextualizes how disturbing his visage is, right? Especially knowing him as Long Arm, as sort of the Autobot. Now I'm thinking every time he like reveals himself and transforms from Long Arm into Shockwave, like how disturbing that must be. It's like pointing a gun at your face every time he becomes Shockwave. I wonder, like that totally changes how all the characters see him for that first time. And the people that knew him as Long Arm and as a friend, like how troubling that must be to see him that way.
Yeah, for sure. So meanwhile, on Omega Supreme, it's Ratchet and Sorry, and they're there with RC, and Ratchet realizes that, much like Perceptor had said, that the damage to her processor is pretty extensive. And he doesn't say this, like he says, like, if we tried to fix her, that could take her offline. But I don't think it's a stretch to think that while the damage was always bad, after 2 episodes of constant tinkering, it's that much worse now. Like there's, between like all of Shockwave's fingies and like all, there was a time where she was connected and then forcibly disconnected. What does your computer do when you suddenly pull the outlet out of the wall? It's like it doesn't react well to that. So RC has had additional trauma since being revived a couple episodes ago. So like if the damage was quote unquote irreversible or quite irreversible, as Perceptor said, it's definitely worse now. It's certainly a delicate mess at this point.
Yeah, and so ultimately, when it comes to a head that it's kind of Sorry's machine learning that sort of works its magic on her and brings it back, that this is also kind of a beautiful moment, right? Because Ratchet has sort of, let me say it this way, Sorry's sort of been kind of an unofficial student of Ratchet, even though they've kind of had their back and forth. We've seen them a lot of times throughout this show, kind of teamed up, working on something. Ratchet's sort of annoyed, Sorry's annoyed that Ratchet's not listening to her. They've had this dynamic before, but it kind of makes this beautiful sentiment of like, Ratchet did find a way to fix RC in the long run by training Sorry. There's sort of this like connective tissue there that just kind of works out, and I love it. I love that it found like this like non-cliche way for like Ratchet to bring back RC through Sorry.
Yes. Well, and that we're continuing to pay off dynamics here because in a couple different ways, because Ratchet is fretting that, hey, if we mess with this even more, this could be the end of RC. And Sorry almost, carefully and gently kind of reaches out and touches RC, almost like she's hesitant a little bit. And she just puts her hand on her knees, does the Mikel Andrews' favorite machine learning, and immediately comes up with it. It's like, here's what you got to do.
You need to recalibrate your EMP generator into a data recovery tool. Then you can salvage RC's secondary memory storage from her hard drive, bypassing her corrupted binary input-output systems.
There's a lesser version of this moment where Ratchet would be outwardly cranky. He'd be like, what? What in tarnation are you talking about? Yeah. And, that kind of thing. He'd be like, oh, no, we're not doing that. There are more reductive versions of doing that. Instead, it's played so much more deftly because there is a moment of hesitation there. He's just like, I don't know. But then he pops out the EMP generator and he's like, what are those settings again? Bebop boop, and he accepts it.
Yeah. Well, that's even another layer, right? Because it's not just him listening to Sorry. It's, you hold on. You think you have the right idea and you want me to use my EMP, which is huge taboo, by the way. I don't use it lightly. It's all comes, his whole storyline comes full circle here.
And the tool that put her in that state to begin with.
Oh, yeah.
So he is going to use the thing to revive her that he used to put her under in the first place.
Yeah. Wow. We got to have like a
magnificent,
like an almost who wore it best situation of like who has the most righteous like bookend to their story, because God, that's a biggie. Out of all of these, that's a biggie.
Yeah. The answer is everybody.
Right.
I mean, because like everybody gets a great ending here. Spoiler alert. Everybody gets a great ending. And it's like just all of like the major important things are tied off so beautifully. Like this is a magnificent finale. Like, I mean, again, there's nits to pick, there's problems to be had, but on the whole, it's pretty good in terms of what it resolves at a time where you could argue that it doesn't need to. Like, do we need to go back to this EMP generator thing? Do we need to go back to that season 1 episode with Lockdown? Right. And it's really RC herself that kind of reminds us in the audience about it. It's like, yeah, man, the last thing I remember is that, we were kidnapped by Lockdown. Did we get away from Lockdown?
Right. And we can kind of, as we wrap up this show and as we our last final capstone on the whole thing, we can kind of revisit this. But I mean, this is what I was getting at earlier. I think any season that comes after this ultimately cheapens this moment. Like, this is such a good finale for all these characters. It would almost, to put it in our language, it would almost feel like season 5 of Star Trek Discovery.
Yeah.
Where they really could have ended it at Star Trek Discovery season 4.
Yeah. I think that's a great shout there too. But yeah, I'm just stalling because this is where I don't want to talk about. This is where, speaking of endings, oh man. Oh well, there's a little more here. Like you do get a little bit of a fake out where it's like, Ratchet resolves to use the EMP generator and zaps RC in the noggin with it, and it appears that it's lights out forever. Like, I love that it holds on this moment, I want to say a quarter second longer than it does of her being contemplative on the moon. It's like we spent so much time talking about that as a solitary scene, but divorced from being a screenshot, that scene ends immediately. Like, it's like there's like a flash of her standing by herself, and then it's immediately Ratchet running up to her, kicking up dust. So it's a fraction of a second of a moment. But this lingers for a minute to where, like, I don't remember if it was a commercial cliffhanger, but yeah, it looks like the treatment was unsuccessful and she dead.
Yeah, they definitely play on our heartstrings and cliffhanger moment here for sure.
But then no, she reboots and again, like we said, there's a tender moment between them where Ratchet is like, you know what?
When this is all over, we'll have lots of time to catch up on the stellar cycles you missed.
Which I think is really neat.
Yeah.
And
wait, now that you mention that moment though, like there is sort of like this fun the writers are having with knowing this is the last episode and nothing's off limits, who's going to die who. Like, that's a moment where they were really playing off of, we don't know, like anything goes in the final episode. So now that I think about it, like, it's a little cruel joke on their part to be like, maybe it's RC, maybe she doesn't make it through this. Exactly, right in the middle of this juicy moment.
Well, and I was going to say also, in these proceedings, we're not going to necessarily talk about the rhetorical season 4, but there we had talked about when in This Is Why I Hate Machines, where Jazz defects and joins the team. And we had talked about how basically like the intro for our rhetorical season 4 would include Jazz in the tunnel sequence. I think with this moment here with RC and going forward, RC is part of the team. So I would think that especially, sorry, buddy, the results of what's coming up, RC would have a spot in the tunnel as well. So you would get a new tunnel sequence with Jazz and RC part of the team. That's my read on it from just like a rhetorical, hypothetical type of thing. So
yeah,
enough song. Let's get to it.
Yeah.
Bring on the trauma. trauma. Deep hurting.
Yeah.
Deep hurting.
Yep, here it goes. So Ops and Prowler taking on Megatron in the skies over New Detroit. I love this whole sequence. Love this animation of like them being in the sky this whole episode, basically. What a cool kind of like godlike, I hate to use that term, but godlike kind of positioning of them this whole time. God and demigod maybe is like, kind of like I'm thinking of it.
Certainly a lot of Superman imagery also. You know, it's like, you know, we're
even the pose spot on.
Absolutely. But like even in like that latest trailer where, you know, Superman is fighting something, he's like, hey buddy, eyes up here, and you know, and you know, goes to draw him off. It's like there's a lot of that in this. You see a lot of aerial combat, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and kind of to throw it back to Endgame Part 1, like we were talking about, you know, the connective tissue with Iron Man, but Iron Man like flies in a very specific way. The pose that Optimus was doing was clearly like the one fist out, the one fist back kind of bicycle punch sort of pose that's famous for Superman. So yeah, they're definitely playing on both. But ultimately he's Superman, right? Like red, white, and blue, like, you know, yellow in there. Come on.
Yeah. All the way.
Who is he going to be, really?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So this fight is continuing, and Optimus tells Prowl,
we need to buy Ratchet more time. Get Jazz and try to slow the clones down. I'll deal with Megatron.
And there's a lot happening here, and it's a lot of intercutting. So it kind of, there's a lot of stuff that's intercut and happens very quickly. But I think it's at this part where Megatron has this line where he is just straight George W. Bush. He's just like, get away from my weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, come on, tell me this wasn't written in 2008 without telling me this was written in 2008. Really?
Yeah, if there was any conjecture about what presidency this was written about, I think we just nailed it. But, and I hate to detract from your G1 score here, but I really thought this was a missed opportunity to call them instruments of destruction. My favorite song from the soundtrack of the '86 movie.
That's awesome. There's another missed opportunity for an '86 movie line that I will definitely call out when we get to it. But this is as Optimus is fighting, and you know, Megatron is just like, oh well, you know, the freaking Autobot, shit on my shoe. You know, you're a persistent little Autobot, aren't you? And then the champ is here. Fucking John Cena comes in. You can't see me. He's like,
my name is Optimus Prime.
And it's fucking righteous, dude.
Well, I love it. I love it for kind of a Bayverse connection because, as you know, we've kind of talked about how silly it is. In the Bayverse, he's always saying that, like as if he's like a toy that someone pulled the pull string. My name is Optimus Prime. It doesn't make a ton of sense. But we have this setup of like, he's never called him Optimus. He's always calling him Autobot. Yeah. Like him finally taking a stand to say, my name is Optimus Prime. The line finally makes sense.
Yes.
Like, I love that they sort of kind of bolstered that silly line from all the Bayverse movies. And that's as close as I'll get to dissing the Bayverse movies.
Fair enough.
That's one little treat for you, Mike. That's it.
Thank you. I you know what? I take it in the spirit that it was given, and I am grateful. Thank you. But yeah, so this fight is pretty cool. Like, there's a lot of kinetic action that we kind of intercut back and forth to, but back on the moon at Omega Supreme, Ratchet has RC is back online, and they're like, here's what we need to do. We need the activation codes. We need to regain control of Omega Supreme. RC, can you help us? And this dialogue is interrupted by Bulkhead and Bumblebee, fresh from not executing Shockwave. They totally didn't Pulp Fiction that guy. But there's a mournfulness in Bulkhead's voice here.
Sorry, I think there's something you need to see.
And it kind of reminds me of Bones McCoy in Wrath of Khan, where they've escaped from the Genesis device. Khan's plans have failed. Kirk and crew have been able to get away. And Kirk is so, it's like, good job, Scotty, way to fix those engines. And instead of Scotty, it's Bones. He's just like, hey, Jim, you need to get down here. Pause. You better hurry. And this kind of has some of that same weight where, Bulkhead, I think, I don't know if the shield is down at this point, because I was actually a little confused in the sequence of events. There's a part of me that isn't sure why Bulkhead is this upset. But regardless, we see that the Lugnut Supremes are indeed marching on Sumdac Tower.
So isn't the something Sorry needs to see the I thought they were referring to the protoform vault.
Yes. Yeah, and it's the juxtaposing and intercutting is where I lost it. So yeah. You're right. And I good gravy. I just picked up on that right now. I watched that episode 3 times. I just watched it last night again, and thank you. Now that makes so much more sense to me.
I was like, oh no, did I make?
No, really that's what I thought it was. But okay, so now that does make more sense. So now it's more like we've unearthed this crypt or something. It's like, you really got to see this. But but that's where the line is dropped, and then we smash cut back to Earth, where the Omegas are walking through the city, and I love this ninja action between both Prowl and Jazz. One of the few times you get to see Jazz use his nunchucks, which is always a bummer, because I just love that he has holsters for them in his boots. I just think that's such a cool hidden weapons feature. And that in the toy, they're like the exhaust pipes. I
was going to say the fact that they're exhaust pipes is just, you see that a lot more in modern day kind of transforming, where they use that to kind of hide away and stash away toys. But this is kind of one of the first uses of that that's really cool. But yeah, I was going to say as much as I love the shurikens, boy, when those Cyberchucks come out, I'm feeling Michelangelo vibes. I got the Ninja Turtle thing coming in. Yeah, give me those Cyberchucks.
And I love, for all of you scale queens out there, I love how you get some really good visual humor where it just shows how cartoonishly ineffective these melee weapons are against the Lugnuts, because Jazz is using his shurikens, and Jazz gets up on his knee. It's almost me Grimlock kick butt type of thing with against Unicron. But I love the sound design and the composition of Jazz just raking his chucks across the back of this guy's knee, just doing nothing.
Yeah.
Clack, 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 clack.
Well, yeah, it's really like, I mean, it's really kind of funny imagery and it shows the futileness of it. But it's such a great moment because it shows one of the things this show has shown all along is like handheld weapons. All their weapons are like handheld weapons, extensions of themselves. Mm-hmm. And we've talked at length about how no guns. It's not a gun show. Yep. But this is the first moment they've made it feel like, oh, we need a gun. Like we need a bigger weapon here. We need a blaster. This is how bad this situation is. We're showing how useless our weapons are.
Yeah. Tools aren't going to cut it this time.
Yeah.
Hammers, axes, nunchucks, shurikens, even like claw magnet jobbies, stingers, wrecking balls. None of that is going to work this time. Like you're saying, it's like, and everything. I mean, it's like everything has led to this, everything is that it's escalation and it's payoff. You're absolutely right. It showcases that they need something bigger. They need something more powerful. Maybe they even need a little divine intervention. You might even say they might need to light their darkest hour. I didn't say that.
Okay. All right. On record, he didn't say it, folks.
Yeah. But,
let me do a quick check-in on my friend Mike Seibert here. Sure. The titular axe has kind of gone wayward. Optimus's, signature weapon has been replaced with the hammer. How are you feeling? Do you, spoiler alert, we don't get a reprise of the axe here.
The only time we see the axe in this entire finale is in the flashback. And it's where it's that fake out where they do this close up of the axe. And I swear, here we go. Here's where he gets the axe. Here's an entire flashback whose only purpose is to show the origin story of the axe. It's like, I like Optimus is like, well, I need a set of tools to go break these rocks. And he like opens up a cabinet and it's like a tool shed. And there's like, crowbars and sledgehammers, any number of tools. And he's like, that one. And he like picks it up and it may even be like when Hot Rod touches the Matrix, there's like a flash of blue or something like that, just maybe like the angelic choir comes down. Yeah, none of that happens. It's just a tool. It's just a tool. And all things aside, yes, of course I miss the axe, but I also like that there is no specific enchantment on these weapons. Like it's just a tool. At the end of the day, it's just an axe. Yeah. And, despite all of the character that I've imbued with it, it's just a thing. And I like that Optimus, for lack of better term, has imprinted on the hammer. Like he's getting more and more confident using it. And when we get to the end, it feels like, this is my weapon now. That kind of thing. I could break so many more rocks with this than with an axe.
Yeah. There, even though we don't see the axe again, there is sort of this kind of feel of upgrading to the hammer, or like it's the same motion that you need to use it. Yes. So the axe in a way has been, even the extending handle on the axe has sort of been setting him up for this moment the whole time to wield the hammer. And if we want to go to like choosing your weapon kind of legislation, maybe the axe itself is sort of like, I was going to be Magnus, now this is what I deserve. It's kind of this downgrade of the Magnus hammer.
Yeah,
I think there's some symbolism there that this is really subtle in this.
Well, and let me throw this at you also. So one of the things that we've talked about as such an endearing trait of this particular crew of Autobots, and especially Optimus Prime, these are just dudes. These are just blue collar workaday dudes. Yeah. And as such, like, Optimus Prime is coded as kind of a fireman, and then later kind of like a superhero fireman. Now, with the amount of posing, like we discussed previously, all that is gone. Like he's not Clark Kent anymore. He is Superman.
Yeah.
Like there's no going back with like, the freaking jet wing armor and all that other stuff. It's like, no, I am Optimus Prime, that kind of thing. It's like, right. And he's asserting that when it's saying it to Megatron, but he's also saying it to the audience in a way. Let's take it from this angle. Like, one of the things that we've discussed and delighted in is that this is a young, relatively unseasoned Optimus. He's young, but he's not a dummy. That kind of thing I've said over and over and over again. When he says, my name is Optimus Prime, or I am Optimus Prime, I think there's a portion of that where he's asserting himself is like, Optimus Prime isn't just like a guy. Prime isn't just like an honorary title given to a spaceship captain on the other side of the universe to break rocks and fix space bridges.
Yeah.
Now the full weight of it is I am Optimus Prime -- the way that you might recognize me from other iterations. I'm now G1 Optimus Prime. I'm now Bayverse Optimus Prime. It's like I am now in full control of my power and my confidence, and through this adventure on Earth and all of these stellar cycles, like without like the self-doubt is gone now. Yeah. And it's like there's so much in that I am Optimus Prime. My name is Optimus Prime. It's like that he's asserting himself and signaling to us that he is now the guy that maybe folks who don't like animated or don't like animated Optimus, he's now the guy that they want him to be.
Yeah. Well, yeah, even thinking back, there's been such an aversion to him calling himself by that title this whole time. Yeah. It's another moment of, is he talking to himself or is he talking to the Hammer? It's like, is he really telling Megatron information that the guy's missing, my name, or is he like, this is my title, I'm owning up to it? A double meanings, again, layers. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's deep and it's rich.
Yeah.
And it's delicious.
Yes, exactly.
Righteous, as you might say. So basically the end of this is that, Prowl and Jazz, despite their best efforts, their armor is too strong. They can't cut through with their simple ninja weapons. Optimus tells them,
the only thing strong enough to protect the city from those clones is the power of the Allspark. But it's scattered everywhere.
And this conversation is interesting as it is brief, because like there's a part of me that doesn't understand the conclusions that the characters run to. Like I don't know why Optimus thinks that the Allspark can be used as a shield. Like we haven't necessarily seen it behave this way.
Yeah, well, I actually kind of took it as more an admission of impossibility. Like we need the Allspark to overcome this. Like,
sure,
we need the finger of God right here to fix this. And I was going to say, I appreciated that from Optimus, that it wasn't a passive aggressive, like nudge, nudge, go get the Allspark, because he's not that guy. He's the direct command guy. So that's how I kind of just took it, as like, just showing the gravity of the situation.
Oh, see, and that's terrific, because I took it a little differently. It kind of gave me Sari's key vibes. Oh man, well, we need Sari's key to solve this problem. That kind of thing. It's
sure.
Similar outcomes from two different angles. But regardless, Prowl has the idea here that they could use processor over matter and to reconstitute the Allspark and to make it whole again. And Optimus, despite being an optimistic Prime, is kind of skeptical about this.
You really think you can do that?
But regardless, Prowl is adamant, and off he goes.
Well, yeah, as from that beautiful scene from Endgame Part 1, the newfound power of his, he pulled the little teardrop of the Allspark fragment back.
Mm-hmm.
Rewatching this as a whole, I really enjoyed that moment, because it really felt like Prowl was toying with Jazz in that moment. Because if you remember, Jazz like starts that training like with him like telling Prowl what to do, and it's grooving all around us, man. Yeah. Like very very like a Jeff Bridges situation. But then Prowl like, actually it is grooving all around us, man. Like his very almost like he planned to do it that the whole time. So all that is to say in this moment, I really think he feels some confidence in what he can accomplish here.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, back on the moon, back at Omega, Ratchet and RC are near Omega Supreme's head, and they make their way to Omega Supreme's head, and this is where we pick up on that thread from earlier, where she sees the vault, and she sees all of the empty chambers, very coffin-like. Which I don't know if I picked up on that imagery earlier. I don't know if we discussed that as extensively during Five Servos, but like, I mean, and maybe it's the end that's maybe polluting my thought process and my influencing my memory. But
no, I mean, I think there is something to that visually. I think it's a kind of a metaphor of like the start of life, end of life, kind of, you go back to crawling kind of a thing. Like, I think there is some like, forethought put into like the visualization of this for sure.
But regardless, Sari sees a random protoform like half hanging out of this sarcophagus looking thing, and it is mildly creepy. Like it's just kind of like, just kind of hanging over, almost like they're in like a crypt type of thing. There's no lights on. It's spooky. There's definitely a spooky vibe going on here.
Yeah. Well, when you said coffin, my first image was mausoleum. This is sort of like all of them kind of in their little slots. But yeah, crypt also, like the spookier version of the mausoleum. The difference between a mausoleum and a crypt is just spider webs. I think if we've learned anything from movies, that's the same thing.
What's the cobweb ratio here?
Yeah. Mausoleum keeper just didn't have a ring to it for creating that character. So
also, I'm sorry, did we say spiders?
Oh, yeah, right.
Don't touch that. That's nothing to play with, man.
Incidentally, throwing back to like that episode and that was like the culmination of her like Optimus obsession. That was also kind of the end of it, I think, was the sad part of that, because like I think that axe thing and seeing the fallacy in him, she was kind of like, oh, I think I need a different role model on the Autobot team.
This guy might not be as cool as I thought.
Yeah.
Except though, I don't know. You traded too early because now he's way cooler.
Right.
I don't know, man.
And maybe that's why she masks up. Maybe she's seeing that cool thing.
Yeah, I love it. So she has a moment with this protoform. It kind of comes to nothing, but I do like the perspective that she has this moment similar to when she realized she's on the moon. Like, holy shit, I'm on the moon. This is pretty cool. Yeah. She also kind of has this gasp moment of like, oh, this is what a protoform is. This is where I came from. Weird.
Yeah, well, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's a little bit of like her machine learning glow. So I think a lot of it goes kind of unspoken when she touches the protoform, that she's like learning all that she needs to know. But I actually have the take that this is more of a moment. This is almost more of a moment for Bulkhead than it is for Sari, because Bulkhead has kind of been, that's her original best friend.
Yeah.
And he's struggled with her like through the protoform thing. Like, who are you? And even before the protoform, even before, her elbow got exposed with circuitry, she had questions about like, why am I not like other kids? Like, what's wrong with me? And Bulkhead's kind of always been that shoulder for her to cry on a little bit about this. So I think this moment's good for both of them.
And like you had said, there is some kind of transference, maybe similar to how she communed with the Allspark in the first episode, where, basically the result is she gets a key. There is some kind of machine learning transference of knowledge here. But as I said, it doesn't really come to anything.
Yeah.
And in fact, actually, this is kind of a curtain call on Sorry Sumdac.
Right.
Basically she has this moment, and it's, it's reverential. It's like,
these are protoforms? This is where I came from? I knew there was a reason I needed to be here.
I think the implication is that she gets some kind of closure, and the audience does to an extent, but in a jam-packed episode, there's no room for further introspection and further information, because I mean, I would say not here. Like, even if there is something where she's like, guys, I got it all figured out. It's like this ties back to this. And, you know, I'm supposed to be this. I know what I am now. I know what I'm supposed to be. Not here. Not what we're doing here, unfortunately.
Well, you know, now I'm kind of jumping back into your original camp, because now this moment kind of reminds me of, and I'm sorry if this doesn't pay off for a lot of our younger listeners, but Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze.
Yeah.
Donatello finding out that they just started as this toxic goo. That's a similar scene where it's just kind of played very flatly. I thought there would be something more to this. There isn't. Here's a scientist telling him there's not. And he just has to kind of quickly take that moment and be like, but I'm special. I'm moving forward.
Yeah.
So I could also see it played like that. Like, you know, I've been questioning myself and doubting myself because I thought there was some mysterious origin that I don't know about, but got it. Okay. Here's a liquid metal skeleton. Move on with my day. My friends now need me. The present is more important than the past. And I think that's been, you know, kind of in a beautiful way, that's been Yokotron's message this whole time.
Absolutely. Yeah. 100%, 100,000%. So from there, Ratchet uses his magnet abilities to levitate RC up to Omega's face directly. And now RC directly communes with Omega, transferring the codes.
Yeah.
And in a episode where there's more room, I would have liked there to have been more of this, because now she is fulfilling her original destiny. Like it was always supposed to be RC.
Yeah.
And then lockdown got in the way, and it's like, well, you know, Omega needs a new mentor bot. Oh, Ratchet, you got the codes? Sorry, buddy, it's you.
Yeah. Yeah, but I love this moment too, because it makes it not just about who has the codes. Like, they're, you know, the fact that it's RC bringing them to the picture, like, ejects Lugnut, right? Like, it just changes everything. It's like, oh, RC, it's, you know, God, I'm gonna get misty about this visualization here, but like, just the symbolism of, you know, like, have you ever seen those videos of where like a dog, you know, gets separated from its owner and like 3 years go by, and the minute they see each other again, it's like they, you know, they're the memories there, they're running to the window, they're licking the old owner. Like, it was like that. It was like, it wasn't about the codes this whole time. It had something to do with RC.
Yeah. Well, and you could make a case for when RC uploads the codes to Omega. Omega has full and complete autonomy of himself in a way that maybe he didn't even when Ratchet had imprinted on him as his mentor bot. In a way, not only does RC revive Omega, but she also frees him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Love that.
And then of course the first action, like you said, Lugnut, bye.
Stop! Obey me! You are a servant of the mighty Megatron!
And is this the tiny chair moment? Is this where we get to see the tiny chair?
Yeah, because he's
a comically small chair.
Shown from the back, and so he's still wired in, and he's sitting on this, pardon the phrase, cartoonishly small chair. Because like, even, I mean, obviously Lugnut is a big dude. Obviously it's meant to scale, but it's like the chair is almost like Bumblebee sized, that kind of thing. Yeah. It's like, it's especially small. It's particularly small.
Well, and you know, not to go too deep on it, but I love the juxtaposition of Megatron needing this oversized throne, and Lugnut, who we, you know, kind of know wasn't his master plan this whole time, tiny chair. Right? Yeah, like it's a little bit of like this, you know, why'd you draw him smaller than the table kind of a situation? Like, you know, the symbolic, you get the tiny chair, the little throne.
Well, and it's kind of funny, you know, you talk about toys and stuff, and, you know, obviously there wasn't a animated Omega Supreme figure. There is still speculation and rumors that the Arc might still get retooled as animated Omega. And now having seen the series, you've got an easy repaint out of it too. You could do Lugnut Supreme also.
Yeah.
With all kinds of cool play features. Like, like, I don't know, man. It's like, you wouldn't be able to do like the color swap, but I would almost like as if you do it as a HasLab and like one of the stretch goals is the Lugnut head, that kind of thing. That'd be kind of cool.
And the tiny chair. And they got my money.
and the tiny chair. But what I was going to say, it's like, sure, a animated Omega Supreme figure would be awesome. But what I would almost like to see instead, and this is kind of like a hallmark of 80s kids toys, is I want to see a inside Omega Supreme playset. With like trap doors and shit. Cause like this dude, like half of his design is all trap doors and like secret chambers, secret compartments. It's like this thing is meant to be a play set.
Yeah, that's the ultimate irony of this is they've made it so toyetic. They've shipped it to us basically. I don't know why it never came to fruition.
Well, because the series ended and the toy line was canceled. I mean, unfortunately. Oh, sure. And like we've discussed previously, it's like it's at this time that production and focus on live action is really cooking. That is what Hasbro wants to be interested in, because I mean these movies are making $1 billion a whack. So of course that's where the focus is going to be, and it makes sense. But like I mean I have begun my trip down the post animated rabbit hole. Like I still haven't watched any of the Key and Carlisle stuff. Like I put up a poll on my Twitter and I was just like, okay, cool. I have now seen the Endgame extravaganza. What's next? Give me more. I want more anime. And of course, everybody says Allspark Almanac. It's like, dude, I'm not going to spend $300 on a book. I like as recently as the middle of May, I found listings on eBay, hundreds of dollars. Like this thing is not cheap. So what I did though, and ironically enough, and I would like to know more about the history of the publication of these things. The Allspark Almanac 2 is almost as hard to find and is just as valuable on the aftermarket as the complete Allspark Almanac.
Oh, yeah.
On the other hand, though, the Allspark Almanac, the first, you could get that on the cheap. I just ordered it on some book reseller website for $10. It wasn't here in time for this recording, but like, I mean, again, I would like to have a copy of the Allspark Almanac, obviously, but unfortunately, who wouldn't? It's like, great. So you want to have a Lamborghini. Who doesn't? That kind of thing. But getting volume 1 is, I think, a really good place to start. And it'll be, I'm kind of looking forward to it. And I got it super cheap.
Awesome. Yeah.
My point being is like, I haven't watched any of the Key and Carlisle stuff as of this recording. The deleted scenes panel, the plans for season 4, like he does like a trivia game with Marty Eisenberg at one point. And anyway, if you
living my dream, just an actual dream I've had.
Yeah. But I did watch the Chris McFeely Transformers The Basics on animated. And it is a fascinating watch because like it talks about the beginnings of the project. Is like it was going to be called like Transformers Hero with a very different animation style and design aesthetic, and it's really kind of like bringing in Derek J. Wyatt and then Marty Eisenberg and all that kind of solidified it into what it was. But regardless, one of the things within that video is it talks about like there was an entire wave of toys that were canceled. Like, I mean, like there was like, Oil Slick in a different deco and a bunch of other, there was like a jungle deco swindle or something like that. It was like, it was a lot of like repaints, obviously a Fugitive Waspinator, which we finally got for real. But still, it was fascinating to see the incredible quantity of canceled toys that like, we're past the prototype phase. It's like these were like done. And I don't know if these prototypes exist somewhere, still, it was fascinating to see how much content was jettisoned. And last note on this before we move on, we got to move on. But
yes, we're stalling.
I know. But there's the thing that I also learned is that there is no shortage of Transformers animated ancillary media. There's like coloring books and like choose your own adventure books and way more stuff than I realized. I don't know how deep down the rabbit hole I'm going to go, but if I could find some of this stuff on the cheap, I might start gobbling some of this stuff up. Obviously, comic books and things like that. All this stuff we'll talk about later when we get to the episode. But anyway, yeah. So that was I just kind of hit that vein of raw energon in the mind as we were kind of talking about canceled toy lines and whatnot. So as we were saying, Lugnut is ejected righteously, and kind of like just shot off into the ether. We spoiler alert, we don't see him again until the end. Presumably somebody went back for him to slap some cuffs on. But for now, he's just floating around in the moon.
He got stuck in another hole. We all know how that effort went. We're just going to leave him there.
So, and then, oh man, that's why I need that deleted scene where it's like they've rounded up all of the Decepticons. It's like, oh, there's one more thing. I feel like we're forgetting something before we go back to Cybertron. They go back to the moon and Omega's just like, just picks him up and picks him up.
Yeah, that's their like shawarma post-credit situation, right? Is taking care of that.
It's like, I think you forgot something. You just going to leave this here?
Man. But in moving on, classic Starscream fashion seizes the opportunity. Like the minute Lugnut's locked out, he takes his moment. And apparently he already took it earlier, because now he's taking control of the clones, but he's conveniently rigged them with tactical nukes armed for self-destruct. This I didn't clock this right away, but this is like the throwback to like his original plan when he had the smaller clones of himself.
Yes.
This is kind of a cool little reprise of that. But I also thought at this moment, like, is this like, can he survive this, or is he still indestructible? So he's like, this is like an even better plan because he's like, I'm the only one that can survive this. Like, I think he's still basing this plan off his indestructibility granted to him by the Allspark fragment.
Yeah, he doesn't signal this directly, but that's the way I took it, for sure. And it's interesting because like, I don't remember if we skipped over it or not, but at some point Starscream reassembles himself. Like, he's shown like crawling on the surface of the moon, and he locks all of his pieces back together. And while he does make his body whole again, it's not without damage. Like later on when we see him, like there's a lot of like exposed bones in this episode.
Yeah.
Like, so like, I mean, I thought that was particularly gnarly when we see him later, and like his whole like, servo strut thing is all exposed. But like, while he lives and he's intact, his body is still messed up, which is a little different, I would say, than when we saw him in Mission Accomplished, where his Allspark seems to heal him in some way, or at least the damage when Megatron kills him over and over and over again. Maybe it's not to that extent to where he can't come back from it or something, but I think it's essential to show this level of damage, but it's fascinating to me that it is there, because that is a little contradictory and out of sorts from what we've seen previously. But regardless,
I guess I won't. Maybe I don't need to retcon it, but I can see like the difference here is that his appendages actually got separated from himself. Right. So maybe there is some sort of connection to like if you're not attached to the head where the fragment is, you can be damaged in that way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And this this moment is pretty juicy. And again, it's if you are playing the Endgame Part 2 drinking game, which I would not recommend when you're driving, by the way, but if you're playing the Endgame Part 2 drinking game and I say something to the effect of like, oh man, it's so delicious how this pays off. But this is a payoff of the Starscream Megatron relationship and dynamic, because we already had some of that in part 1 on the moon, where it's like, I don't need you anymore, blammo, which is a very cool resolution to the Megatron Starscream dynamic there. But also their long divorce continues, where as you said, Mikel Andrews, it's like, Starscream is back on his bullshit with his bomb plot, and he tells Megatron specifically that, like, this is going to destroy you.
Along with any unfortunate human or Autobot in a 100-mile radius.
I don't care about all that. That's all collateral. But the end result is that you will die.
Right. Well, I'll go one deeper on you. I think this idea came from Megatron himself in a way, and that's what makes it even more juicy, because we have that moment from Endgame Part 1 where he's like, you're not going to clone yourself, are you? Bigger. Okay, that was Starscream thinking, what's the best idea I've ever had? Cloning myself. Megatron thinks bigger. Well, fine then. I mean, there's something both smart about it and also like, just Starscream trying to live up to a big shadow kind of a thing of like, well, fine, then I'll make bigger clones and I'll put the bomb back in them.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be back on my bullshit. Bigger bombs, bigger clones, all of that. It's so great. And this kicks off a really cool sequence between Megatron and Optimus, kind of some of their confrontation as well. But like, Megatron says with a weird degree of resignation in his voice, like he accepts defeat very easily here, which is very not Megatron and also not animated Megatron. Like this guy doesn't give up for anything. Like dude sat as a severed head for 50 years biding his time. And now it's like, oh man, well, I guess I can't stop these bombs. Shrug, whatever. I guess this is curtains for Megatron.
Yeah.
Curtains for
Megatron. Maybe there's a little bit of like, not even disbelief, but like, well, no way, this is not how it's going to happen. This is just another Starscream harebrained plot that I've overcome 1,000 times. Snarkiness.
Yeah. I could see that. And some of that is expressed in the way that he talks to Optimus.
If I cannot save my clones, at least I'll have the satisfaction of destroying you, Optimus Prime.
Ooh, yeah.
And Optimus facing certain doom again. Like I love TFA Optimus, obviously, but like one of the things that I like about him is that he's never above tossing off a passive aggressive zinger when the moment is right.
So you can remember my name.
Comedic timing, like Optimus Prime would be the star of Thanksgiving dinner, because he'd just be like, oh, so now you decide to remember where I work, Grandma. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, I wish he would have said that verbatim, actually. That'd have been the ultimate. Yeah, I just want to read this sentence that I wrote down in my notes verbatim, because this is one of those moments where it's like out of context. What a trip. I wrote down, so now it's Double Sword Megatron versus Hammer Optimus as the Omega clones with Starscream's face continue their death march. Ooh.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's a good line. That's a terrific note there. So we cut back to the tower, and Isaac is fussing because the shield is about to collapse, and he's distressed. He's like, of all the times for this thing to go down, it has to be now, which if not now, then when? It's like, I can understand his frustration, but I also don't understand the literalness of it. Like it's not, the shield isn't collapsing because of like malfunction or technical failure. It's failing because of the unending onslaught of missiles and laser blast. It can only take so much punishment.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I work with a lot of coders and developers, and oftentimes they're just trying to make the code work. They forget that it's for a purpose. They forget that it's thing it's for. So I kind of felt them in this moment of like, it's just another failed test at this point. He doesn't even see the scope of what's happening.
Right, exactly. Now, before we get onto this, because this is the point where Prowl and Jazz, they tell Isaac to get to the bomb shelter, but also they're getting ready to do their processor over matter thing. But like, maybe I've got this mixed up in my notes, but like, has Prowl already fought with Megatron? Like, did that happen before this? Because I don't think it happens after, given what happens.
Right. I mean, like actually face off with Megatron one-on-one?
Yeah. It must have been earlier, and I apologize. I don't remember where it is, and I didn't write it down. But it's incredibly important because we talked about the importance of weapons and tools and the enchantment, mysticism, relevance of specific weapons, the nunchucks, the hammer, the axe,
right,
the shurikens. Prowl takes on Megatron, and with one swipe of his swords, R.I.P. the shurikens.
Yeah.
And it is a blink and you miss it moment. And like, I remember when I was watching it the first time, I was like, I like drew a breath and like raised a finger. I'm like, and the moment passes by so quickly that there's no time to even consider it. But and they don't come back. Like,
right.
well, Prowl don't come back, but regardless,
well, it's foreshadowing then in a way, right? Like
yeah,
it's sort of like you're not going to need these anymore. You're not going to need these where you're going.
Exactly. Yeah, it is really kind of in a way signaling the beginning of the end. I wish I remember where that was. That must have been maybe even before Jazz even joined the fight. And before, like, he's just raking his chucks across Lugnut Supreme's knee or something.
Yeah, I think you're right, because at that point he's, Prowl's just full on using his two little knife hands.
Sword hands? I have sword hands!
So I mean, right. So like, and I even had that moment too of like, well, I wish while Jazz was using his nunchucks, Prowl was using the shurikens, but he must not have had them anymore.
Yeah. So anyway, I couldn't not call out to that, and we're going to get so far away that we would never come back to it again. Yeah. So, but anyway, R.I.P. shurikens. Like, yes. I mean, that's huge.
For my favorites.
Yeah, I know. It's like, because we're, if you're listening on your commute, it's just like, guys, we get it. Can you just get to it already?
No, I know.
We know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen. You've seen the damn episode. Just tell me. Talk about it. It's like, okay, fine.
But it is important because it calls back to something that Abby said that keeps registering in my mind when she was on, of like, it calls back to Jazz joining the team, even for a brief time only. And this sort of takes on a sad moment, because I feel like this is Jazz replacing Prowl, right? Like now they're showing his signature weapon. They're showing him being the only, another effective ninja. Like all of this, and the shurikens getting slashed, like all of this is setting up like no more Prowl. And if you're watching it really truly for the first time, you're like, oh my gosh, what, now in hindsight, I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, they were really like shipping it to us this way that he was going to go. But like at the time watching it, I didn't think they were going to kill off such a major character.
No, not at all. And two other things on that. One, in terms of like establishing Jazz as part of the crew, he gets a pretty bitchin' transformation sequence when he joins the fight with Prowl against the Lugnut Supremes. So it kind of sets that up as well. But at a time, get ready to drink. But I know you just drank, but you're going to drink again. But like, so there's been an undercurrent of an unspoken rivalry between Megatron and Prowl since the first episode. Prowl was the one who took Megatron's hand, and it's never addressed, but there's always like a little bit of extra something when Megatron fights Prowl. He's like, you did this, you motherfucker, that kind of thing. So I took that.
I'll double down. Unlike Optimus, Megatron remembers Prowl.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, and again, there's no time for it. It happens in less than a blink of an eye, but there had to be something where, like, let's say, you know, because Megatron's a bit of a swordsman. He's a weapons enthusiast. Maybe he knows about different ancient weapons. Let's say he knows about Master Yokitron. Let's say he knows what these weapons are and where they came from. And there's an extra slice of delicious cake when he brings his blades down and puts those weapons to their end.
Oh, yeah.
Oof. I like that one.
Oof, I love it. I love it.
But anyway. All right.
No,
so
let's get to it. So the two cyber ninjas begin processing over mattering, however you want to put it. And the fragments start. Yeah. What is the plural on a plural when everyone's doing it?
Right. Yes.
but anyway, the fragments start appearing from all over the earth. Beautiful scene. This is a big extension of the scene that I really liked in Endgame Part 1, but now it's on a global scale. And Mike, you were talking earlier how one of your regrets is not seeing the Dinobots in this moment. For some reason, and I don't know if I was picturing it's a Mandela effect, but I kept picturing this moment where Wreck-Gar looks up into the sky and sees like these Allspark fragments forming, like from around the world, like from wherever he is at that moment. I really wanted to see that. And when it didn't happen, when it didn't come to fruition, I was like, oh, bummer.
Well, and there's sorry, another tangent before we get to the Prowl dies. Okay, fine. He dies.
Yeah,
fine.
There
I said it. Fine. And then we'll analyze it when we get there. But no, I want to spend some time on this because we have had discussion about the nature of Cybertronians or Cybertronian life that have been animated, pardon the pun, due to energy from the Allspark. It's interesting the locations that this chooses. The first fragment that you see comes from the mine, Decepticon HQ. The next one you see comes from a construction site. A whole buttload of them come out of the ocean or the lake or something. Yeah. And then there's some that come from Dinobot Island. So they manage to touch back on all of those iconic locations.
Oh, wow.
And that is thematically awesome as well. But this brings me to a question that this episode cannot answer. We know Starscream's deal, but do the creatures that have been given life via the Allspark, the Dinobots, Wreck-Gar, the Constructicons, do these forms of Cybertronian life, are they powered by Allspark fragments the same way that Starscream is?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's... Ooh.
What I am asking then, and again, there is no answer for it, I understand, does the same thing happen to the Dinobots, the Constructicons, and Wreck-Gar? Oh, no. The same thing that happens to Starscream?
Ugh. And that's a really troubling question. And
the only reason that I got on that thought process is because they show where the fragments are coming from. Had they not shown where the fragments are coming from, because you specifically see them coming out of the ocean, well, that's Wreck-Gar. You see them coming out of Dinobot Island. Well, obviously that's the Dinobots and any surviving Constructicons.
Yep.
I don't know if there's something else in the mine. I don't know if there's any leftover stuff for the construction side. It's kind of more visual storytelling, but specifically when they showed the lake, that's where I started getting trouble. Mm-hmm. And this was before I saw what happened to Starscream, and we'll get there also. But so I'm thinking it's it's great that Jazz and Prowl are bringing together the fragments of the Allspark to light our darkest hour, but at what cost? So it's again. There's no answer within the context of this episode. There may be answers later in other media that I have not been exposed to yet, but for as far as Mike Seibert, first time watcher, these guys are toast. Yeah. And in fact, I've speculated that half of the Constructicons didn't survive the explosion in Predacons Rising.
Yeah.
Because
well, regardless of any sort of season 4 plans or anything beyond, visually what they're telling us is, that's the end. That's a wrap on those guys.
And regardless, the series is over. So it kind of doesn't matter. So it's there's a tinge there that's kind of unwelcome.
Yeah, and this getting to the big one here, the fragment in Starscream's head. I specifically, you did kind of famously the Mike Seibert rewatch, live stream rewatch of the last 2 episodes. And this is where I really tuned in. I was like, I have to know about this finale here. And I specifically want to see this part because, we can talk about Prowl, but this is disturbing. This moment of like actually physically tugging it out of his head and then his body crumpling to the ground and graying out.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And it takes so long. And it takes so long to where you kind of linger in the suffering. Like, I know what's going to happen to Starscream before he does. Yeah. Like, I'm like, oh no, it's actually happening now, because I've been saying since Starscream was reanimated through an Allspark fragment, it's like that sliver is the only thing keeping him alive. And once that thing is gone, that's the end of him. And it happened exactly as I predicted. Now, I didn't predict that, there was going to be like a processor over matter, reconstituting of the Allspark, but I did predict that the end of Starscream would be that fragment being removed from his head one way or the other. And there's a version of it where it could have happened in part 1. Where Megatron is just like, instead of blasting him with his fusion cannon, he'd be like, I don't need your fragment. I've got all these, but I'll take yours anyway.
Yeah.
Lights out.
Well, this is where I sort of started to wonder, if that wasn't one of those visual cues we've talked about, where it's visually passed along to the audience for the sake of like kids being able to understand what's happening. But I wonder if, like, from the character perspective, that wasn't really like visually obvious, that every time it kind of glows and it's a diamond shape, maybe that's just for us. Maybe that's not how it appears. I think what we're learning from this is that Allspark fragment's a little more kind of tied into all his brain, wrinkles, if you will, more than we let on. Like, it's not something anyone can just pluck out. It has to kind of be reformed and pulled back together into a solid shape.
Yeah. And that's contrary to some of my fan theorizing, because like I've said, even once Starscream was just a disembodied head floating around through space, it's like every time he gets knocked around inside Omega, I fear for his safety. It's like all he's going to take is like, like a cat knocking a vase off the shelf. It's like all it's going to take is one of those to where it's like ting, and he's just dead forever.
Like a kid with a loose tooth or something. Like, just if you eat an apple the wrong way, it's over.
It's like, oh no, now I'm dead forever. Whoop. Shit.
Which ironically, some of us thought, maybe even in this conversation, that's what happens when you lost a tooth. But
right.
Moving on.
Allspark fragment. But regardless, the brutality of this scene, and there's a version of it, because like at the end of it, where before Prowl makes his decision, there's a spot where it's like, we can't pull anymore. There's no more. And the hubris of Starscream, had he not gone there to specifically witness that bomb going off and presumably the end of Megatron, he may have been spared. Like, if he stayed on the moon, like, because when you see the montage of the fragments being pulled, it's not going that far. In fact, it's really arguably not even around the world, but really just kind of regionally, like, because these are locations we've seen before in Detroit. So if Starscream isn't in Detroit, maybe he gets to live to see another day, but he can't because his ego won't let him.
Well, yeah, and actually the whole point of them doing this is to protect from the bomb blast. So, you could go one step further to say if he didn't go ahead and put bombs in all these clones, he could have been spared as well.
Oh my gosh, yes. Double hubris.
Yeah. He's really setting himself up for this.
Hoisted by his own petard.
Yeah.
Right. So, but regardless, I mean, again, as we've already said numerous times, this scene is brutal and vicious for so many reasons. One, Starscream shows up and he is beat to shit. Like he's got like his arm all hanging out his body. And there's a thing where like, even as the Allspark is being tugged, he's fighting it. He's shooting at these guys and he's like, wait, what's going on? And he continues to fight and he fights until the end.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, freaking good ship lollipop. And this, and when he dies, it's slower than you would think also, because like you can hear him powering down as he's like, the Millennium Falcon broken engine sound. It's like one of those as he plummets down to the street. And then, you cut to him like the last of the color has faded from him and Starscream is dead forever.
Yeah. And I want to mention too, actually, if you want to isolate the audio, but the scream that he lets out when he falls is totally, it could almost be the same audio as the 86 movie Scream when he shoots off his own foot. That's sort of like he shoots it off and screams into the air, but it's in reverse. That moment always stuck with me from the movie. And like when I heard this again, I was like, oh my gosh, I want to know if they use the same audio or if it's just a really good Tom Kenny impersonation of that moment.
Yeah. Good stuff. So from there, Omega Supreme arrives on the scene with
in a full anime pose.
So fucking cool. It's great. Like he pumps his fist and he is ready to go. And I want to jump back to a sequence we breezed past earlier where Omega gets his wits back about him, and much like Optimus Prime, did I just say that out loud? Too many stingers. But like he asserts himself and he's like,
Omega Supreme!
And he's just like, oh,
Autobots in danger.
Let's go. And he goes immediately. Like he doesn't consult with anybody. It's like, there's danger. I'm going. Did you stick around through the credits? Mikel Andrews, Omega Supreme voiced in this episode by Phil Lamar.
No way.
Doing double duty.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not notice. I mean, it seems seamless to me.
It's pretty good. It is. Yeah. It is really, really good. And so I would imagine that's perhaps a cost saving measure. Like, we've got the master of a million voices, Phil Lamar here. Yeah. And maybe hiring Kevin Michael Richardson would be too expensive. Plus, Phil's already here voicing Jazz.
Yeah.
And it's not too many lines.
I will say I did have a moment of like I did have a moment where it sounded like the Omega Supreme in this show was like somebody physically putting a hand over their mouth to do the voice.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that did seem different for me in a way. Like, I know it's always kind of been a little muffled, but I was like, what is that? But I never thought in a million years it was like another actor. I thought it was maybe they were like, hey, we can't pay for the vocoder. Just kind of, right. Can you just put your hand up quick and do the bit?
Oh man, shout out to the Omni dubs. Because that's exactly what it is. Like in those Omni Productions dubs of the Japanese sequel series, like, Headmasters and Master Force and whatnot. It's like they're characters with face plates. The voice actors actually like put their hand over their mouth. So it's like, so when Six Shot speaks, he's like,
I am your death wish. Okay, now let me send you express to hell.
That interests me. I wonder if at this point Kevin Michael Richardson was already like recording lines for Transformers Prime as Bulkhead. I wonder if it's like the irony of he was already moving on to playing another animated character in something else. Couldn't wrap this up.
Yeah, entirely probable. I do like this scene here where Omega arrives on the scene, and we're talking about attacking the Lugnut Supremes, and Ratchet refers to them as knockoffs.
What say we send those second-rate knockoffs to the scrappy?
I kind of like that.
Yeah,
kind of like a in-universe mention of knockoffs. I thought that was pretty funny. But like this fight is pretty cool. Like where it's Omega versus the Lugnut Supremes, and this kind of remind me of like a kaiju movie, or like a Pacific Rim type of deal, because there is some massive destruction. Like at one point we're grabbing folks by the ankles and twirling them around and smashing them into buildings and stuff. It's a good place. This place is abandoned, because otherwise you'd have a real Man of Steel problem here with so many squishy civilians getting murdered there. But
right. It struck me that it was so kind of physical and just martial arts-esque. And I think the context, or like the subtext of the thing that isn't being said is that, there's a bomb in these guys. And so you can't just go in laser blasting. We're going to need to sort of go hand to hand at this. And if we're going to do anything, it's going to be to disable them physically. But either way, I love the idea that it's kind of paying homage to like kaiju stuff, and this kind of, because that's the note I had that I didn't mention is like, I even put in my notes that the Lugnut Supremes are Godzilla-ing through the city, right? Like stomping, tromping through. So I think there's definitely some visual imagery there.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's even some Power Rangers aspect to it also. It's where it's just giant robots or giant monsters just beating the hell out of each other, just knocking over painted milk cartons all over the place. It's awesome.
Stop pandering to me with that Power Rangers reference.
Yeah. So Omega is able to defeat one of the Lugnut Supremes, but and disarms the bomb, but the other one he's unable to, and actually gets the better of Omega. And I love this move where like he falls backwards and then flips into spaceship mode. That's, again, we've talked about so many times. That is such a favorite of both of ours, where you use your alt mode for tactical advantage. And it's so cool. Instead of like taking the fall, he turns into a spaceship and just kind of comes in for a softer landing.
Yeah. And what a huge, like, it's going great until he gets sneak attacked. And then it's just like, oh, they really take him to the cleaners. They basically like drag him across the bar top at this point.
Yeah.
Oh man, he gets brutalized. But yeah, as he's kind of taken down, the processor overmattering continues. And I want to bring this up because I noticed this just prior to this recording session, that when the processor overmattering, I think it's when it starts. I think it's when they first sit down, or it's here. But when Jazz and Prowl go in tandem and start doing the hum, it's not a straight hum. It's actually like a little tune, and it's almost a funeral dirge, which would be huge foreshadowing of what's about to come.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. Because it is. I'll have to drop some of the audio in here because it is more rhythmic than what we've heard before. Usually, like when Prowl's just trying to pick locks and stuff, it's just him just humming. This,
their dial tone, right? Like one note.
Yeah, and this has range and motion and rhythm and cadence to it. It's pretty spectacular. But yeah, so this we're going. I know we're going to talk about this a lot because like I have questions. So Prowl realizes that there's no more Allspark fragments, and that what they have isn't powerful enough. So at this point, he makes his choice, and he's still sitting cross-legged, crisscross applesauce, and levitates towards the assembled Allspark. And Jazz picks up on this instantly. And maybe to your note earlier about the funereal cadence, like he knows, like Jazz knows. And he tries so desperately to stop him because he's pleading with him. He's just like,
how? No, we'll find another way.
You know, sit your ass back down here. Let's keep going with processor over matter. Maybe we can pull in more fragments. We will figure this out. This isn't the way. You don't have to do this. Like the anguish in Jazz's voice when he tries to call Prowl off is heartbreaking.
Yeah, and then it's answered by like the little smirk, right? The little head turn and the little smirk. That moment haunts me and will haunt me now forever. That imagery of him kind of turning and just, just the shrug and the smirk. But this whole moment, it's beautiful because it's the fruition of Yokitron's message. We were kind of joking about it earlier offline, but the message of, don't sacrifice the future to bring back something from the past. Like this is beautiful because this is like Prowl learning this moment. It's not about him. It's not about the self. It's about the greater good. It's about this planet that he's learned to love. He has no qualms about what he's about to do.
Yeah. Yeah. And he knows he has to. He knows that that's his destiny.
Yeah.
And we've talked so much about spoilers without context and what does Mike Seibert know and what does Mike Seibert not know. I picked up on something a while ago. I don't remember exactly when, but like anytime there is discourse about animated Prowl, there's a tinge to it that I can't necessarily explain. I don't think I saw anything that said he explicitly dies or that he's dead or that he doesn't make it to the end of the series. I didn't have that hard spoiled for me. But like there was a tone in the way that folks talk about animated Prowl. But what I had seen without context is that screenshot. With the smile, the shrug, the smirk, the way his visor is bowed, kind of curved down. I've seen that image, but I didn't know what it was. And for me, especially with the helmet, the armor, I'm like, I don't know what this is. So, I never really paid it any mind. And very similar to the sorry stuff, it really is like, hot plate. That's don't touch that, man. That's nothing to play with. That kind of thing. So I've never done any digging. And I mean, obviously it came flooding to me as it was happening, but I will also kind of talk about my experience as a first time watcher, because unfortunately this moment and what happens next is still kind of confusing. Like, I don't know if it's because I'm a dum-dum or that like it doesn't tell me enough of what I need to know in like a visual language, but like, now, as we talk about it, we could say, well, he makes this choice. He makes the sacrifice. He gives up his spark to be the missing piece of the Allspark. But the show doesn't really tell you that. And it doesn't really convey in a dramatic enough way for my taste that this guy has sacrificed himself and that he's dead. It kind of happens in a postmodern kind of way where we just saw an extended death scene for Starscream, where it takes him 1,000,000 years to finally die. Prowl, just like that. Just like he throws a smile over his shoulder and that's it. He's done. And so I think there was perhaps some tonal whiplash that I was grappling with. And because the episode is so fast paced, there's there's a little bit of a coda, but also not really. It's just like, we'll get to it when we get there. But like, there's another moment coming up also that added to my confusion. And still, even now, having watched this, I think I've seen it maybe 3 times. But like I've watched this episode a lot, and I will still confess to a little bit of confusion about how this whole thing goes. But I don't want to deal with it right now. We'll kind of come to it in sequence, but just kind of tuck that in the back of your mind, because I don't want to torpedo us too much further into further tangents, because we got way more. Yeah. Got way more to get into, but
I think I know what you're getting at, and I think I'm ready to tackle that issue. But there is something with this whole scene that I want to draw attention to. That the idea that Prowl sort of like transcended his form and did this big sacrifice to go against Starscream. What's interesting to me is like this has been actually foreshadowed in the human error episodes. Like Prowl's human avatar doing the T-pose to take down the giant Starscream, and he like godlike goes right into his head, like right through his head. Like that was sort of, to me, that's like a sort of dreamlike version of what actually happened, right? The processor over matter plucking the fragment from Starscream's head, like. Because do you remember that imagery that we discussed of like how troubling it was that like T-pose human Prowl going right into Starscream? It was almost a metaphor for what actually happens to the two of them.
Oh my gosh, you're absolutely right. I didn't even pick up on that connection. That's spectacular.
That's wild.
Yeah, great pickup on that. And again, another dynamic that gets that gets resolved.
Yeah,
terrific.
Yeah,
and this reminds me of legislation we had during Transwarped, and something that Whirl was pretty emphatic on when we were talking about Blur. It's like, well, Blur's not dead because he's not gray. And having seen this cavalcade of gray guys, I understand now with a perspective that I didn't have earlier. Like, Starscream is explicitly dead. Prowl is now explicitly dead. So when the visual language of animated is telling you gray means dead, or even like Optimus, like in that first episode before he's revived with Sari's key. Yeah, gray means dead. So ipso facto vis-a-vis, be that as it may. I understand. I buy off on that. I'll co-sign that legislation even more enthusiastically than I did previously, that given this logic, Blur is not dead. So
right. Yeah, there was even more of that. That was another moment of the Mikel Andrews kind of tugging his collar, sweating bullets during the Transwarped legislation. It's like, yeah, good one.
That's funny. So moving on from that, but again, we have some more Prowl stuff coming up. This so the result of that is now because of Prowl's sacrifice and merging his spark with the Allspark, that has now made this powerful enough to create a bubble, a field of Allspark energy around the remaining clone, which is now started to go critical mass. This thing is infected with hate plague. It is glowing red, and
it's the boss in a Nintendo game that's about to die.
Yeah. Exactly.
Take your pick.
He's only got a couple hit points left. You only got to give him a couple more times. And now it seems as good a time as any to pick this nit. I am a little confused about the whole Starscream aspect of the Lugnut Supremes. Let me explain. So we know that this entire activation of these clones has to do with the data is incomplete. Like that's the whole thing. Like Shockwave wasn't able to get the entire thing, so Lugnut had to be directly connected to Omega Supreme for it to work. But then when Omega is reawakened, casts Lugnut out, obviously the result of that is that connection is severed, and then Starscream is able to take over. That's fine. Like we've seen before. Like this is not the first time that Starscream has taken control of Omega. So that's why this is such a big payoff. Like, when of course the face appears, that's fine. But the thing that I don't entirely understand is how this clone with Starscream's face is still continuing to function after Starscream himself is now dead. That, I mean, obviously, so the show can happen, and perhaps it's a little nitpicky, but like you could argue that once Starscream is gone, that face just goes back to being blank. Does it go back to Lugnut? Does it go back to blank?
Yeah.
Or maybe to Marvel Note prize this a little bit. Maybe there is a little bit of Starscream's indistinguishable spark in there. Maybe there is a little bit of Starscream's ghost. You know, maybe.
I like that for the kind of the poetry of the situation. Like, I like to believe that. But I do think it kind of points to this face appearing being just part of the programming of the bomb. Like, just more behind the scenes coding on Starscream's part. Because now he's dead. Why is he still active, alive in this thing? I think it would make sense that if it was... It's kind of funny that you're going for the mystical angle and I'm going, well, computer programming angle. That's kind of a twist. But I think it has something to do with just the hardware from the bomb being coded into this whole plan. These are just... this is sort of the Alexa version of Starscream, just kind of being there and kind of carrying out this one last command.
Yeah. Well, and also of note, to your point, he doesn't speak. So it's not like, oh, I will finally have my delicious revenge, even though now I am super dead. It's like, no, there's none of that. It's literally just a imprint vestige, and all the thing does is walk as the bomb continues to tick. But when this Allspark bubble is formed around the remaining Omega clone, Megatron and Optimus are trapped inside it as they are continuing to fight. And the fight here is, again, the fighting here is awesome. Like, all of this is great. And Megatron has this terrific line. He's like, you have interfered with me for the last time, Optimus Prime. So it's like he's fully got Optimus's name in his mouth here. Like, so Megatron knows it's like, this thing is going to go off. We are going to die, but I am goddamn sure I'm taking you with me. Shoves Optimus against like the edge of the force field bubble. And before we get to the next motion, this is where I noted that a missed opportunity for catnip for me. I would have loved it, because both of these guys are messed up at this point. Like there is visible battle.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, we got to talk about how battered their bodies are. Like the cracks, crevices everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the way that you like to see from a classic Optimus Megatron fight. Like there's a lot of like visual shorthand here that it's apparent what they're trying to say. And as such, I would have liked it. I do like this line where he's like,
if I must give up my spark, at least I get to take yours with me.
But I would have liked, just before the last minute save, where the last thing that Megatron says to Optimus, I would have jumped out of my chair if I would have gotten
it's over, Prime.
Oh yeah,
that would have been so good. And it's fine. But that's not the language they speak. He doesn't call him Prime. It's enough for him to call him Optimus Prime. So unlike other Megatrons and Optimuses throughout time, like one of the best line deliveries in Transformers 1 is when Megatron is about to go off into exile and he says, "This isn't over." He pauses and says Prime, and he's just got like so much venom in his mouth when he's saying that, because like he's resentful of Optimus Prime, but he's also resentful of just Prime as a designation of leadership. Like he hates him because he's a Prime. It's like he hates that just as much as he hates that guy. Yeah. So that's why that line delivery is so iconic. But like, again, just for my ear here, I'd have liked it. I don't like it.
Yeah, that's really good. Now I kind of want that too. It's better than my idea, which was like, this is like retaliation for give me your face. Like it's like a twist on the give me your face situation.
Yeah.
From Live Actions. But yeah, either way, it's really brutal. This sort of like Megatron grabbing the face and pressing it into the wall of the force field. Like it's really more visceral than we've seen some of the battles in this show. And it actually kind of reminded me of the finale of Transformers Rise of the Beasts.
Yes.
When he takes hold of Scourge and like forces his face into the lava, like it had that sort of almost Bayverse level of violence, robot on robot violence. I thought.
Yeah. I maybe need to do some research of like iconic Optimus Megatron fights. This has got to be up there because like, you know, just like front to back, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just another, you know, evidence that Transformers animated is just underrated and kind of people forget about. This should be in a lot of people's top 10 lists.
Yeah. And nobody talks about it. Like so much so that I was able to skate by spoiler free.
Yeah.
Like, and I've already called out, you know, a couple major things, but I didn't know anything about any of this. I didn't know anything about like Lugnut Supremes. It's like, I was so busy being focused on trying to dodge the secret of the Autobot ship that, yeah, I mean, I didn't even know that there was going to be bad guy ones, around the corner in a couple years. Like, yeah, there was no way for me to know. So, I mean,
and it may actually have something to do with the we've kind of talked about it before, but like the availability of season 3, right?
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
You didn't have the DVD out, so that, you know, those moments aren't as iconic or repeated. Even season 1 and 2 of this show got a little bit of like off-season syndication where you're seeing the episodes multiple times. But I think season 3 kind of just aired and was done in a similar way that the toy line kind of fizzled out and they didn't release it. They were just like not really replaying season 3 of animated.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you know, jumping way ahead, but abruptness is certainly a theme. Abrupt endings is certainly a theme with TFA. It's like way to be the trope.
Right,
but yeah, so regardless here, the bomb is about to explode and Optimus is pinned down. Megatron has him. This is the end. It's over Prime, but not quite. And what would you like to describe the scene? I feel like I've taken so many things away from you here. Like, I mean, if you want to take the lead on this one.
Well, yeah, I think my biggest moment on this, the kind of like poetic justice of this moment is that Megatron kind of cries out and he loses his only redemptive moment in this. Like he doesn't really get, I don't know. Redemption is the only word I can think of, but I guess bad guys don't really get redemption. But this is where, I think this is what you're talking about, where we're a little bit, it almost creates more questions than answers. But as this explosion's happening, as Megatron cries out, and we kind of see him, you know, R.I.P. meeting his big end. This sort of like Force ghost, I guess, and this is going to go into a lot of, you know, what I have here for this metaphor, but this Force ghost appears and teleports Optimus out of harm's way. And I want to throw it back to watching your reaction video. Now, I know that was very raw and you might not remember exactly what happened, but I was watching your face very closely in those moments, and there was some confusion on your face of what that was. So I'm actually going to throw it back to you. Like, did you what was your first instincts in that moment, or what did you think happened? Like, what was your initial assessment?
I was instantly confused, and my confusion went a different direction because then I thought, well, perhaps Prowl isn't dead after all. That this is an astral projection. Like this is like he's reached a level of cyber ninja mastery, such a master of processor over matter that his spirit is able to exit his body and is able to interact with the outside world. So it was a lot of whiplash for me where it's like, is he dead? He's dead. He's not dead. He's dead. He's dead for real.
Oh, wow.
You know, that kind of thing.
That's brutal, actually.
And that's where some of my confusion comes from, is also my lack of understanding of what this moment means and mechanically how it works. Because taking it surface level, this isn't how Prowl's powers work. He doesn't have teleportation abilities. He has holographic abilities. So when this ghost grabs Optimus, it's the same shimmer effect when he uses his holograms. You know, it's like, or even like at Christmas time where it's like, how does Santa get this done? Well, ho, ho, ho. And it's like, you know, and there's a shimmer whenever he uses his hologram emitter. And so I thought, well, wait a sec, hologramming Optimus out of this situation doesn't help him. Sure, he's invisible, but he's still going to be consumed by this blast.
Right.
But then I thought, well, okay, so you kind of put the shimmer effect aside, and maybe that's just the special effect the animators had. Then it's this Force Ghost pushing Optimus out of the and taking his place.
Oh, sure.
So again,
interesting.
Like, if you watch that video, you could probably see my eyes darting back and forth as I'm trying to figure this out, because what I interpreted happened is Prowl's spirit leaves his body and imbues the Allspark with this superpower. And as a last minute save, he pushes Optimus out of the bubble, but he himself cannot escape and is consumed by the blast. Now, Prowl is dead for real. So even as his body falls to the earth and Jazz catches him and he's gray and there's a music tone and all of that, because it's so abrupt and fast and without fanfare, I'm just like, well, there's something else going on here. But turns out it's just the abrupt. Well, one, death in reality is abrupt. You know, like it's, and we've seen that in fiction. Like, I mean, again, you go back to Serenity, you know, sometimes you have just like a shocking death that is just like, you know, just bam, just dead. You know, it's like, you know, no, go on without me or anything like that. It's like, boom, no, he's not coming, you know, that kind of thing. So, I mean, I can appreciate it on that level, but then like this last minute save from this ghost causes more confusion. And I think for me, unfortunately, kind of takes some of the impact out of the moment of Prowl's sacrifice, because somewhere in my mind, I didn't believe it in the way that I was meant to. And I've talked a lot about bits of missing dialogue. Like we just talked extensively about, like, you know, we could have used "and it's over, Prime." I was hoping that, like, I mean, I love it both ways, but like there's a part of me that was hoping that Prowl would say something to signal what is going on, where like for him to say the words, for him to evoke what Master Yokotron was trying to say, where, like, I mean, again, the smile, the smirk, the shrug, the visor, it all says it without words. So I understand, but I guess for me, I would have loved something to seal that deal, that Prowl is giving up his future so that his friends can live today. You know, it's kind of like,
oh, sure,
the inverse of the, you know, don't sacrifice the future to save the past. Now it's like you're sacrificing your future to save today. You know, I guess I needed something there, and the fact that I didn't get it, and then I get this fake out thing with the Force Ghost astral projection thing, unfortunately just left me with more questions than answers, and that explains a lot of my like visible confusion as I'm watching this, because like I don't know, I just needed like this is his choice, he is dead, this is why, let's mourn. And it doesn't quite happen that way. Like I said, there's a bit of a coda later, but then it's played for like a, you know, again, we're on Friday the 13th. It's like one last kill, you know, it's like one last scare, that kind of thing. So it's like, you know, so the Autobots have gathered and this explosion is cool. Like it goes to white, and I love when the frame comes back in and there's just like this puff of smoke that just dissipates because it's trapped in this bubble. And like when the bubble collapses, it's just like poof. It's like I thought that was a really cool as a visual thing, but like the Autobots have regrouped. And they're just like, oh man, we're so we're so happy.
The Starscream Supremes are history, and everybody's okay.
And Jazz very mournfully is like,
not everybody.
Yeah.
And I think even Sorry notices. She's like, oh shit, buddy.
Prowl.
But that's it. And that because then you get this this one last scare from Megatron. Turns out he's still alive. He's super fucked up. Like his whole shoulder is showing and all of that stuff. And this sequence is cool. And we could talk about it again in a second here, but I don't want to lose the thread before we get too far. But like, so I'm not splashing any cold water on anything. But I think because of my confusion, that moment of Prowl's sacrifice didn't hit me as hard as, quite frankly, I would have liked it to. It's
interesting.
It just, I don't know, man. It's good, but it just, like, I didn't cry. I didn't get the feels. It was just like, because everything is happening so fast and there's no time to process it.
That's interesting. I almost had the opposite reaction from it because I didn't feel like his initial sacrifice was like big enough. I was like, he created the force field. That wasn't enough of a reason. I feel like, Sumdac Tower had a force field. Like why was this such a big thing? But like the fact that he kind of like jumped in either in spectral form or one last hologram projection, or the hologram was him falling gray to the earth so that he could go to the separate place, kind of, stealth mode, and save Optimus in a way that Optimus saved him. Like I thought added a lot of gravitas to the sacrifice that I didn't get just from like giving up my body to make this bubble.
Yeah.
So that actually hit me. As far as the visuals of it, that's really interesting. Like I hadn't really thought of like that they're kind of using that teleport visual language the same way, and that can be read a couple ways. So how there's a lot to unpack here. How I think the writers and animators meant this to come across was the smirk was very much like Obi-Wan in A New Hope when he gets slashed by the lightsaber, right? And that's a quick ending for him. And then there's a run, Luke, run. And then we see Obi-Wan all the time in all the movies after that. He's commonplace. He comes back. I think that's how they meant it. I think that's how they were like, we're going to kill off this favorite character, but here's hope that he's not dead. But I think for kind of us older fans, like we wanted some closure. We want like a true sacrifice character here. We don't want him to come back. As much as we love him, I don't really need him to come back and like give advice from beyond the grave like we see in Star Wars. So my hope is like a little bit of a middle ground there. And kind of and then this started like culminating when you were telling your theory about it, was like, yeah, maybe that was him in some last ditch physical form teleporting into the bomb blast and getting Optimus out. But then he really did die there. Maybe that was the real death of Prowl, was inside that bubble, and we aren't ever going to see him again. But I think, like in the minds of the writers, the showrunners, creators, like it was meant to show that he goes on and lives forever in a way.
Yeah, I like that read. I think we've stitched together a number of different viable theories that really work. I agree with you. I don't need it. But I like the idea of the spiritual guide type of thing. That like he somehow in death becomes the new Master Yokitron, that type of thing.
Yeah. And, I will say I like that we've hashed it out here because of, for the purposes of deeply analyzing the show and every minute and what happens. But the ending that I really like is we just don't know. We don't know exactly what happened in those last moments. Something weird happened, something that Optimus will question for the rest of his existence. Yeah. What happened that day in that moment? That's the ending I prefer.
Yeah. Oh man, 1000% there with you. And the other thing also is that, like, I like that it's Sorry that exclaims that it's Prowl, because she has saved him before. She has revived him before. And again, while I like the Megatron gag, one last scare to keep the story moving, I need oh shit, this is what I need. I need the X-Men 97 moment. I can't feel him. That's I need Sorry to like lay her hands on his dead body and say like, I can't feel him. Because like it's like, oh shit, well, I don't have my key, but maybe I could do something. Maybe I could figure this out. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. And she starts crying, and then Optimus, comforts her and says, it's like, we need to, be respectful of his sacrifice. And maybe even Jazz says something to the effect of like, well, no, he, this is the fulfillment of his optics quest. It's like he did this for us, so that we can continue to live and have that be like a real growing up moment for Sorry, where it's like, even for as impossibly long as Cybertronian life is, for her to have a realization that it ends and that she can't just undo it with the turn of a key, because who hasn't she resurrected with the key at some point?
Right. Well, I think we're seeing a real tragic bookend for Sorry here, in that, the one time she gets to go out and fight along with the big boys, she loses somebody, because a lot of the times when she revives these characters like you're talking about, it's because she was the stay behind, the left behind. She's there when the body falls and runs over with her key. We're seeing like, this thing of like, yes, she finally got to go out and fight. Everyone let her. It's not too dangerous. Go ahead. And look what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if this is the appropriate spot to talk about this, but like I've been kind of champing at the bit to talk about, how do we fix this? Like how do we address these concerns? It's like, does this need to be a 3-parter like Transwarped? Is this something that would be resolved in episode 1 of season 4, like after the new hallway sequence with Jazz and RC? Right. Or is it just meant to be this? There is something to be said about the profound feeling of longing after this so abruptly ends. And that, like, for as much as there are payoffs, there's just as much that's unresolved at risk of repeating myself. But there's just so many things where it's just like, just give me a scratch more. Like, I don't know. And it's there from like a good writing standpoint. And again, it's like, but I almost feel like if they did a 3-parter, it'd be too much. It would be bloated. There would be padding.
Yeah, I thought about that too. The third part would just be for like old guys like us that want some sort of like more like character driven resolution. But from a kids TV show perspective, like, end on the action, right? Like it's only in our quote unquote old age maturity that we're like, oh, just I want to see what everyone went through after this passing.
Yeah.
That's kind of really interesting. I think that speaks more to like, the walks of life that we're in when we're watching this than anything else. And to kind of go back to this moment where, Megatron rushes in. Clearly he survived the blast, kind of ruins the moment. Right away, that hit me the wrong way. I was like, annoying. This is like a cash grab moment. It's the jump scare at the end. However, I do think it makes for this kind of cool ending for Optimus and Megatron. Like I'm glad it ended after all this huge heroics and theatrics. I'm glad it ended with kind of a fist fight. Yes. And Optimus choosing to let Megatron live.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the better ending, because Megatron just getting blown up in a bomb. And really that would mean that even in death, Starscream wins.
Yeah.
And that's kind of not great either. So, I mean, there's so many reasons why this moment is superior and completely works, even at the sacrifice of the other moments that we were talking about. Because again, this fight rocks. Like Ratchet magnets over the Magnus hammer. Magnet Magnus. I don't know. but this it's a cool shot. And again, we've talked about, you know, is the hammer enchanted? What's the deal? But the way he catches it, I mean, it is so cool. It's righteous, as you often say. It's so great. And this beatdown is vicious. Like, you know, Optimus is definitely working some stuff out here. And he bests him. You know, it's like Megatron is done. Optimus is victorious, hammer in hand. And this is just classic comic book villain hero type of thing. It's very Batman. All of it is very Batman. And I absolutely love it. I mean, it's like such a great performance from both actors. Like, you know, Megatron is sitting there on the ground. He is all fucked up, and he's just like,
"What are you waiting for, Autobot? Finish me."
I know you want to do it. Fucking hit me. You know, it's like it's great, and because he's goading him so hard, and Optimus is about to do it. He raises the hammer high above his head and brings it down. You see an explosion of machinery, and you think that Optimus has given in to his dark side urges, but nope. It's just smashing the fusion cannon, and I'm getting goosebumps talking about it. I got it watching it, and I have been very animated every time I have seen this. But I love what David Kay is doing here. He's like, I'd rather see you in jail. You know, it's like, I mean, it's almost like, I mean, that voice I was doing is kind of like Chris O'Donnell as Robin from Batman Forever, where it's like Two-Face, Tommy Lee Jones is like, oh yeah, you know, blah 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 blah, and you know, it's like, oh, you got to kill me. He's like, I'd rather see you in jail, and I don't know, it's a very Batman and Robin thing. You know, it's like, it's a trope of these characters, to the point where, like, I attribute that to any time there's an ending like this. Like the lesser James Bond sequel, Spectre, where, like, I mean, that's how that movie ends. He's like, I'd rather see you in jail, throws the Beretta into the sea there. And that movie's not very good, but anyway, like, it has that same type of ending where, like, the hero chooses to apprehend the villain rather than giving in and executing them. It's an amazing moment for Optimus. It's a great moment for Megatron as well, because he is truly beaten and there is nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, and well, here's why I don't think that ending's so cliche, and why it works here is because this is kind of the Optimus we've been coded the entire time, is like the justice loving one, the one that wants to do things by the book, do things right. And thank God he did, because this is kind of really the only way. Bringing Megatron back to Cybertron in cuffs is really the only way he's going to solve the bigger problem of, like, Sentinel Prime being out of control. If he just blew up, if Megatron just blew up, Sentinel just goes on doing his thing. This bringing to justice moment is pretty righteous. And also what they have going for him at this time when this is airing is the Optimus that just kills his enemy at the end of the movie, right? Like, this is, we really need this palate cleanser of an Optimus that's like, no, put the cuffs on him.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah. And I'm not kicking sand anybody's direction. I'm not kicking sand anybody's direction, but, like, it's moments like this that make those moments so much more upsetting to me. You know, it's like, you know, just executing unarmed prisoners. Like, I mean, like that. I mean, you and I have talked about this in so many other contexts, but that is the exact moment where I tune out of Revenge of the Fallen. Like, where he's got, like, that wheel guy. He is very much defeated, and Optimus just executes him for no reason. An unarmed prisoner. And I'm just like, hashtag not my Optimus. Sorry. You know, I mean, hate to be all truck, not monkey or whatever, but, like, it's just like, I find the the violence from Bayverse Optimus Prime to be incredibly distasteful. And I don't want to litigate that here. My apologies for stepping over that line into that ledge, but this here and how this Optimus conducts himself, that's the aspirational figure. That is the bar that all Optimus Primes should be measured against, where it's like he had the chance. It was the easy thing to do, is the easy way out. And I love he even says it. He literally says it out loud. He's like,
"That would be the easy way out, Megatron. You don't deserve it."
And I love that too. It's like, you don't deserve it. It's like, you deserve to be hauled back to Cybertron in cuffs to stand trial for your crimes. You know, it's like, I like that a lot.
Yeah, it didn't just feel like we can't show it because it's a kid's show. It felt like this is the 3-season delivery of the Optimus we know doing what he would do in this situation.
Yeah. I also want to call attention to, I mean, again, I've spent so much time talking about David Kaye's voice delivery here, but it is in a low enough octave where it's almost his Warpath voice, where it's almost like Clint Eastwood voice. I mean, there's it's grave. And it's so good because, like, again, to me, it's very Batman. It's like this is what David Kaye as Batman would sound like, I think.
Yeah. Oh, great take.
Yeah, it's terrific.
Wow.
So you would think that would be the end of the episode.
Right.
That would be the end of the show. Well, it kind of is. And also, side tangent here, I danced around this so much, because again, spoilers without context. So I talked a lot about in a previous episode the fan comic, The Toymaker and the Bots, written by Marty Eisenberg, spearheaded by Kean Carlisle, and tells the story of the proprietor of Wyatt's Toys. And I danced around it before because it's like, oh, I think I saw something that I shouldn't, but it's not really a big deal. And now I want to come back to that because I didn't realize until I watched this that that's the end. I mean, that is the end of the story. Seeing that I should tell you what I'm talking about. So early on in the comic, the titular Toymaker witnesses the end of this battle. Like he looks out his window, and in the distance he sees the exact static shot before we go back to Cybertron, where it's Omega and the Autobots with Optimus with the hammer and the wings, and presumably Megatron lying on the ground. But for my eye, it's so far off in the distance that it's like, okay, well, what is that? And that off that entire story of what the Toymaker decides to do, what he's inspired to do. But the inciting incident is the Autobots leave Earth. And so that aspect of it was spoiled for me. But what I didn't know is, whether or not they come back, because like there's a part of it where like the Toymaker is like, well, are these guys coming back? It's like, well, and he goes on a quest and all this other stuff. But like, I thought, knowing that Endgame was a part 1, part 2 thing, that this was like the end of part 1. And like, they go back to Cybertron and have fights. Like, that's really what I thought. I thought Endgame part 2 was like a big fight on Cybertron, and we were going to see like Team Char and like, freaking like Strika and Oil Slick and all this stuff. Maybe like the returns of some of Mikel Andrews' favorite little dudes or whatever. Like I thought that was just kind of like an inciting incident for like the next end of the story, or at the very least,
sure,
the end was going to like. The third act was going to take place on Cybertron because there's so much unresolved Cybertron stuff. So that's kind of what I thought. Not the case at all. Like not even kinda. So
yeah, I'm almost picturing like the end of Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, where they're like taking the addresses of the people that dissed him in like the online forums and just going after him one at a time. Like, well, that Kick-Ass song plays, and it's just like them going after Team Char and stuff like that. The last stragglers one at a time,
just
choking him with a phone cord.
So none of that happens. But what does happen is they go back to Cybertron. and it is a crowd of cameos, a gaggle of cameos again, and everybody is happy. It's, there's jubilation. It's a Star Wars ending because there's no dialogue. It's like in fact, I would almost have to go back further to see what the actual last line of dialogue is. It's where famously the last line in Return of the Jedi is "He's my brother." That kind of thing. What's the "He's my brother" here? I think it's Optimus saying you don't deserve it. I bet you that's what it is.
Yeah, there's no, I can confirm there's no dialogue on Cybertron. There's no extradition. There's no extradition on Cybertron. There's no dialogue on Cybertron.
No extradition. This is why I hate machines, except when there's no extradition. Oh my gosh! But this,
for being so brief and being so let's set the stage here a little bit.
Please, yeah.
So we get back to Cybertron. Omega Supreme lands in the courtyard. All the Autobots are out cheering the streets. This is just what they do. They're always looking for a good parade.
The Autobots love a parade.
Yeah, truly.
Like the actual story of the Black Parade is happening.
Yeah.
There are plenty of young boys going to the city. They're seeing the marching band.
Right.
They're going to carry on.
But I guess I want to say they come back and they're delivering they're delivering Megatron here. But there's for no dialogue, there's a lot visually that's happening here. One, Sari's with the Autobots when they return to Cybertron. So this is another intergalactic, extragalactic activity for her. And it's also a huge coming home moment for her, in a way. She's finally going to get some more answers. Whether or not she got from interfacing with that protoform, she's about to be influxed with knowledge here pretty soon about her origins. Yeah. So cool to see her coming back. And it says a lot to her relationship with Isaac now, that he's willing to let her go to Cybertron. And then we see Megatron in cuffs, and then he comes down the ramp. And we also, at the same time, we see Sentinel Prime crossed arms, pissed off at the fact that Megatron is arrested. That's the end of his game, right? This to me is the closure we needed. This is the end of Sentinel's regime on Cybertron. This criminal's been, the only reason he's in power is because this criminal hasn't been brought to justice. So now we get this moment. Interesting, after Megatron is shown, Prowls gets the final moment. I kind of went back and forth on this and how best would that be to show it, but I think it's really cool that it wasn't Prowl out first, funeral pyre. It was Megatron, and more importantly, after Megatron, we know he's arrested, Prowl's big moment.
Well, and if I remember correctly, the sequence of coming down the ramp, it's it's Optimus being flanked by Sari, and then the prisoners, you got Megatron all Hannibal Lectered up and stuff like that. And then it's the remaining protoforms, in their torpedo tube coffin things. They come down, and then you have the pallbearers, the remaining Autobots, Ratchet, Jazz, Bulkhead, and Bumblebee, and they're bringing Prowl down, and it's very Padme Amidala. He's got his hands folded in front of him, very restful on this death sled.
Yeah. I'm really glad you brought that up, because I think it is really important to show the protoforms and Prowl in this moment, because it's a Yokitron moment of, they didn't try to revive him. They kept to his wishes of not, sacrificing future to bring back the past. It's visually showing that they have the technology to do that, but they didn't.
Yeah, exactly. And so this, again, so much happens so fast. I want to go back with a stopwatch and see what the time is from end to end, when they get to Cybertron to when we abruptly cut to black. But there's other moments here for us to touch on as well. So as you said, you see this crowd shot, everybody is happy except for Sentinel, arms crossed, the jig is up, presumably. But then this moment rocks. I I really genuinely enjoy this because like, and this is a moment that was hard spoiled for me. Again, spoilers without context. I didn't know what it was. Obviously, I didn't know that this was like the end of the end. But like when Omega transforms from a shuttle, because he's just a ship at this point. The Autobot ship has come back, and when he transforms into vehicle mode, you blink and you miss it, but like there's a collective gasp and time stops, and the crowd doesn't know what to do, and then your dude Pharrell, freaking front and center, is the first one to pump his fist in the air. That had to be a big moment for you, but like that moment is so cool though, where it's just like Omega is not dead. He is now returned to us. Like what a great day to be Autobots on Cybertron. It's like, they came to see a marching band, and they got way more. They got more than what they were bargaining for.
It's a redemption moment that I didn't know I needed. The last time Cybertron saw Omega Supreme was as their destructor, right? And now he's back, and like that hesitation you're talking about is like, is he gonna get a scare, or is he gonna get the cheer? And he gets the cheer, and it was like I was surprised how impactful that was. I like I said, I didn't know I needed it until that moment that they cheered for him instead of screamed and ran away, and I was like, yes, everyone gets their moment.
And we can't talk about this also without the Jesus piece around Optimus's neck. He has now arrived triumphantly on Cybertron with some new jewelry. He's got himself a new necklace, which, I mean, and again, I would love to go back and watch the video, because you want to talk about whiplash, where it's just like, I mean, all of the cameos happen so fast, and we've already spent several times over how many times this happens, because like, again, this whole sequence can't be more than 30 seconds of airtime. Like, they leave Earth, they get to Cybertron, the procession comes down the ramp, Omega transforms, cheers, you get a look at Optimus's face, and he has a look of quiet resignation. Like, he's like, yeah, man, I did this. I got the hammer. I got the Matrix, presumably.
Wow.
Which it wasn't until I, was doing my deeper research that like, no, that is just a container of what's left of the Allspark energy. So I don't know if that's fragments. I don't know if that is energy. It's ill-defined, because like, I almost didn't see it, because there's so much visual information jam-packed into this, and it happened so fast. I'm like, wait, what is this? What is this? And then Don't Stop Believin' plays, and man, just smash cut. I mean, and it is an abrupt ending. There is a smash cut, but I will say though that, I mean, like, my saying Don't Stop Believin' is not correct in this instance, because there is a music crescendo. It's like, you get the tune. It's like, which is cool. I mean, it's musically, it sounds rad, but like, before you have a chance to process anything, bam, just, it is so abrupt. I was not prepared for how abrupt it was.
Right. I'll agree with you there. I think I appreciate that it only had a few seconds left to kind of put a wrap on everything that it set up.
Yeah.
And, without, I go back and forth on this, because I'm one of the people that thinks that they did know the end was coming. They weren't truly planning a fourth season. Yeah. I think they were planning it as much as anyone thinks that they might have another shot to do something. You don't want to close all your doors and windows. Yep. But I think they did kind of know it. And they wrapped it all up. We got a good fight scene. We got a good closure for everybody's moments. And I don't think there's a ton of questions of what happens now on Cybertron. There is, of course, and I would like to see a season where they're like, it's kind of like in Star Wars, like you kind of want to see what the New Republic has to go through. And we're kind of seeing that now in stuff like The Mandalorian, and kind of seeing this world of like what they're dealing with on the other side. But it ends on a moment of hope, much like the original Star Wars, where it's like change is imminent. We don't know what it is. We don't know what the hardships are going to be, but things are looking up for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
And I guess I like that hopeful finale.
Yeah, which is terrific. And again, it's a great note to end on. Optimus's face, battered but hopeful. The end. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty great. But I was shocked. Like I don't know what I could have had to make it less shocking. Because again, there is a little bit of again, the music kind of ramps up, like, you're getting out of there. But I think it's literally the cut to black, because like it doesn't smash cut to the credits. It cuts to black, then the credits come in.
Oh yeah.
So it's different. There is one frame of black before it smashes to before the credits smash in.
Do you propose something may be missing or got taken out?
No, I think it's for artistic impact.
Oh, okay.
I think it's supposed to, like, as you see on my video, I'm like, huh? Yeah. I'm like, that's it?
Yeah.
That's it? That's how this ends? And I was shocked more, not because of thematically how it ends, but physically how it ends. Like, again, I think like the, don't stop, and it's just over.
Yeah.
Not everything needs to have like a the end, because again, it's never the end, and that's the reality of it. So that and that kind of closes out the episode. But let's talk about some of these cameos.
Okay.
I have a whole section on this, with some help from the TF Wiki, but they're so obviously, like I said, your dude Farrell kind of gets front and center there, and this town square is littered with Bumblebee knockoffs. They're not knockoffs, but same body type, Cybertronian Bumblebee. He's everywhere. But like and I have a very specific reason for bringing this up. Otherwise, I would say in the time I would just let it go. But like, so you do have some new faces. You have Hubcap, who is another Bumblebee. You have Tireless, who you can see from behind. He's a big dude, and he kind of stands out. But also, and I didn't know this until I looked in the notes, but when I go back, actually, I'll confess, because I didn't know what this character actually looked like, Sky Gary in the World of Tomorrow in the crowd. And he's a big dude, just like Tireless. But like, this dude has a really cool look, actually. Like, it's he has, I don't know, kind of like a Gundam type of thing.
Oh yeah.
Where like, it's a lot of red and gold and blue. It's a very cool character design. And I don't know if this dude is my new favorite obscure characters. Not to be confused with Ground Lenny from Wiki as well. But like, I thought it was cool to see my dude Sky Gary in there as well. Apparently, Lickety Split is also in there. That's she's not like Glyph in that. Oh, she's a kind of a Chun-Li looking character. Like she's got like the hair up kind of like in buns type of thing, but she kind of like flare up. She's also got like she's a motorcycle, but she's got like exhaust pipes on her arms. But the thing that's super cool about this, in fact, I'm going to drop this link in the chat if you don't have it, but she has motorcycle tires for feet. So very much like a Revenge of the Fallen sideswipe for you. Like she got roller skates. Actually, she kind of reminds me of the waitress in Dexter Jettster's diner.
Yes, great.
And I would imagine that's kind of how she sounds also. Like for some reason, this sounds like a old timey 50s diner type of person. But
that's so interesting. Also kind of looks like the Scooter character in Transformers Armada, which, as I mentioned before, kind of looks like Sari as we see her in season 3. So this is almost like the deleted scene in my head is like Sari meeting up with her, and it's kind of like a looking in the mirror situation.
Yeah. And because it's a giant crowd shot, there's all kinds of weirdos, but there's obviously most of them are Bumblebees, but you also have Hotshot. Or basically you have a Bumblebee colored like Hotshot.
Yeah.
and a blue and green Sky Gary. So you got a second Sky Gary in there, a player 2, if you will, and a yellow Warpath. So that's just some of the many cameos that are in there. I do have a list, or at least according to the TF Wiki, these are the ones that they've been able to. And some of these we have talked about before. Others are new. You have Carrera, Searchlight. Sea Spray is in there, and Mikel Andrews. If you have not seen animated Sea Spray, like this dude is awesome. Like he looks like, ironically enough, this ties into a recent episode of Autopod Decepticast where they were talking about U.S. Acres. Like they made a U.S. Acres thing, and Sea Spray has like an inner tube around his waist. Kind of like Wade, where it's like imagining him to have like a little Sea Spray head on there that also separately. But yeah, Sea Spray is seen in the crowd along with Cosmos, Power Glide, your dude Farrell, Sedan, Hubcap, Warpath, Cliff Jumper's in there. Cliff Jumper's very prominent. Actually, he's not too far away from Sentinel, Diatlas, Red Alert, and Mainframe. Mainframe's like really close to Farrell when he's like the second guy to pump his fist. So lots of cameos in there.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out. I really like the animated version of Power Glide.
Oh my gosh.
I forgot about that until this moment. But those big, like, they're almost like the jump jet type look, but in reverse. They're just like these big vents. I love that look.
Yeah, very cool. So that's the end of the episode and the end of the series. I guess it's time for Mike's G1 score.
So be it.
Yeah. So I'm going through my notes here, and I don't know why I have 3 different numbers written down. I don't know what in hell I was doing when I was writing this down. I think maybe I had too many boot camp stingers or something. So I think I have a joke number and a real number. Like because of the cameos, that will always skew the score. So there's a version of it where you exclude the cameos entirely and you go by just basic G1 references and tropes. And really, there aren't a whole lot. Like this is kind of like, it's kind of like its own thing. Delightfully so, because I've already awarded points for Wingblade Optimus. You don't get to double dip on Wings being God Jinrai God Bomber armor. That doesn't count. Count. So I could go as low as 1.1. Because there's almost nothing that specifically called out as G1 here.
And I'll sign off on that because this is closure for a lot of very specific animated characters. This is the storylines from this show are being, ended here. And I think, it would make sense that this would be one of your lower ones.
Yeah. I also wrote down, and this was being cheeky, because again, I can't exceed 10, but I wrote down, including the cameos, 20.09. 20.09.
Oh God. Get out.
Don't leave. So yeah, I mean, I guess if I wanted to, I guess I would give a weighted score of 6.8 because you can't not include the cameos, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I mean, 6.8, it's above passing just because of my dude Sky Gary in the World of Tomorrow.
He's now your favorite character, I think.
Yes, I think so. I like him.
Yeah.
All right. So before we continue, I would like to see if I could take a dip into the mailbag. Would you mind if I dip my hand in the mailbag for a few?
Please root around in there, all you like.
Wow. All right. Well, all right. So it is time. Let's take a look.
Here's the mail that never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want a whale mail.
This is all random collated correspondence from my dude Anthony Bercali, tfu.info. He is constantly DMing me on Blue Sky, because now you have the DM feature on Blue Sky. You can't put in images, which is why I'm still on the Bird site. I like posting memes and images in DMs. This is, in fact, he actually asked me, he's like, if I wanted to submit something specifically for the mailbag, where would I send it? I'm just like, just message me here. I'll read it on the air. It's fine.
The mailbag is a proverbial bag.
Yes. Well, you send a self-addressed stamped envelope. So this is going back a handful of episodes. I think this is this is specifically in reference to Predacons Rising. So we're going a ways back, but Ant being part of that group of fans from way back in the day, like the Usenet days, the message board days, when Beast Wars was happening and when like digital online fandom was beginning and starting, he's one of the guys who was there. So he has some insight on the Beast era that I appreciate, but he wrote specifically to share here. So one thing I wanted to touch on, love the deep dive into how the episode played into the notion of identity and how that resonates with capital T, the times TM. Incredibly poignant and echoes the sentiment of how sci-fi can transcend the time when it was produced. But in the deep dive, I think there's a surface level point being made by Bob Forward and Larry DiTillo about Transformers, the brand. They faced a lot of backlash during Beast Wars, what we would eventually term as truck not monkey, which is played out in Sentinel's reaction to an organic Transformer. Also, using Black Arachnia as a vehicle for all of the identity concepts plays true to her story arc in Beast Wars and Beast Machines. Quote, is she a Maximal or a Predacon at her core is a theme that runs throughout her story in all iterations.
Oh, great point.
Finally, just wanted to say that I love the dynamic Lita brings to the show. Putting on my producer hat, perhaps your follow-up show could be a Beast era watch through as a full 90s reference. You can call it Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Rat.
Oh my God. I love it. Just on that alone. Sign me up.
We might have to do a episode just so that we can put that title out into the world.
Yeah. That's a beta test for sure.
So I thought that was particularly wise, kind of touching back on, because, Mikel Andrews, you had mentioned before that there was, the return of Forward and DiTillo to Transformers was, it had been 9 years since Beast Wars, that kind of thing. So, at the time, for our context, there was a little bit of subtext that we may not have dialed into as closely as so for as much as we picked up on all of their other commentary, there was meta contextual commentary about Transformers fandom, the state of it as well, which I thought was particularly enlightening.
And just a reminder, 10 years back then was a long time when you don't have streaming services and all this stuff isn't just at your fingertips. It was effectively off air. I mean, there was no Beast Wars for a decade.
Right. So these are non-chronological, just random missives pulled from our DMs. Forgot to mention last time, Steelhaven is actually the name of Fortress Maximus's spaceship in the Marvel US comics. So
wow.
So that's kind of like the origin point of that name that they reuse here as a Sentinel Prime's starship.
Cool.
I got to thinking, do you think Captain Fanzone has a problem with simple machines? Did he have a childhood?
Oh, I'm sorry. Got me.
No, this is good. That got you.
Yeah.
I see what he wrote. Do you think the Captain Fanzone has a problem with simple machines? Like, did he have a childhood trauma of no one being on the other side of the seesaw? Or perhaps a painful mishap with the pulley of a clothesline? Like how, or maybe like one of those apple peeler machines. It's like, or maybe even a potato peeler. That's not a machine, but like, I mean, at what point do you define what a machine is? Is a machine specifically electronics? Or is it like, I mean, does he have problem with like winches with like gears and pulleys? Yeah.
That's so funny. This is a bit of an aside, but I have like a started sci-fi novel project that has to deal with this. And it's like, this is just right in my wheelhouse of like, this is some of the issues that I've had to actually think about when writing this story.
Amazing. I love it.
Oh, that's so funny.
Also, just heard you ask what a group of scourges is called.
Oh no.
It's called a sweep.
Okay. Woo.
And I took that as like the God's honesty. He's like, no, I was just speculating. It's like,
yeah.
But we talked about like, what would a group of scourges be called? Like a murder of crows type of thing. Duh, it's a sweep. I love it.
Not a scourgy.
Yeah, exactly. A sweep of scourges. Not to be confused the difference between scourge and scourge. That's we can't litigate that here today.
No, we can't do anything about that.
Yeah, like the Black Convoy is his own character. Never mind. Nemesis Prime, that's his own character. RID 2001 Scourge. That's Scourge. The leader of the sweeps is Scourge. Sorry. It's not my fault. Anyway, a couple other quick notes. Flare Up was a BotCon exclusive figure, a repaint of Energon RC. There's your RC tie-in. As Flare Up, voiced by Susan Blue.
Yeah.
More Rattle Trap naming legislation. Rat Trap's name in Japan was Rattle.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
That almost points to like a snake to me more.
Sure.
If you drop the trap.
Yes, exactly. And that's it. That is the bottom of the mailbag for now.
Wow, that's some great insights. Actually, those are some like nice little one-liners.
I've been sitting on this stuff for a while. It's just like Maddie B did some really good commentary and Stuart had some really good, grandest legislation. And yeah, so finally I was able to get through some of this, which is good because we're running out of episode.
Yeah, no kidding.
And with that, now that we've done some Mike's G1 score and the listener mailbag, and it is time for Ichabod Drift's favorite segment of the show. It's the Mikel Andrews preview haiku, a pre-Q, if you will, preview of our next episode.
Well, there's nothing else, Mike. I hate to tell you. There's
that's right. There's no more episodes.
What are you still doing here? Yeah, it's over.
Leave. Well, before we leave, to much like how TFA ends on a note of hope, do we want to talk about the future a little bit before we get out of here?
Yeah, I think we can get a little brief about it because otherwise we need a bigger we should both be sobbing. But yeah, let's give them a little hope.
Yeah. So obviously this is the end of Transformers Animated, but we are going to do another episode where basically it's we could call it a number of different things. Like, we could call it a capstone, a kind of like, a coda, if you will, but also it's a panel show featuring guests, both mostly new, as well as some returning favorites. And basically it's, a lot of folks, especially recently, have found the show, and thank you for finding it and thank you for listening. But either the episodes they wanted to be on have long since been done, or they, timing circumstances just didn't work. So this is kind of like a second chancers type of panel show where folks are going to talk about the episodes that they wanted to be on but couldn't for whatever reason. And then that will also kind of give us a platform to kind of talk about TFA as a whole, just more or less like unburdened from the gimmick of Mike Seibert has never seen this before. Now we can talk about, very similar to the voice that the Allspark Almanac is written from, everything has already happened. Now we could talk about it in the past tense. We're ready to merge with the sacred timeline, and we can talk about Transformers Animated in the past tense, and maybe even future tense also. But yeah, so that's basically what our next episode will be. So look out for that sometime in the near future, perhaps sooner than you think, but not as soon as you would like. I'll just put it out that way. But before we part ways, the two mics for now, what's the future look like for Mikel Andrews? What do you got coming up? Because you always got irons in the fire. What's the future look like?
Yeah, well, in addition to just kind of maybe dipping back into that Instagram account that I want to get a handle on, I really focus on writing. I just kind of had a realization the other day. Haven't written a book, haven't really sat down to write anything in 4 years. Kind of a scary thought, but I'm ready to jump back into that. I'm ready to kind of rekindle some of my old passions and get back into that. So I'm excited. It's going to be tough. It's going to be weird to not have this to do and to not have this meetup. We'll have to find some other reason to get together like friends and talk about things. But if I can just say really quickly, what an amazing journey. I feel like we were friends before this, but I've gotten to know you so much more through doing this and getting to meet with you. And you put in so much effort on this show, and you flex so many muscles that you've been meaning to flex. You just do a great job with it. And it really means a lot that we got to go on this journey together.
Absolutely. Right back at you, buddy. I appreciate it, because there's a version of this where I'm just doing this, where I'm just monologuing and talking. But for me, the value and the depth of our friendship, which has certainly grown through this, because again, we mutual acquaintances with the APDC guys. We've been on shows before. We've done content before, but being on this journey and being as intrinsically connected has really solidified that bond forever. And I appreciate you as the Spark Soul brother, as the pizza papa who always gets paid, the warlord of the wasteland, the bohemian tragedy. It's like, but no, it's the opportunity for depth of analysis that I don't think either of us would be able to land on by ourselves. This show works because of the two of us, because of our connection with the audience, the listener feedback. And it's very much a community effort. It takes a village. But again, my hot takes just kind of sit there on the countertop, just getting cold without without your guidance and insight to wrangle me in when I'm wrong, but also to certify when I'm right. And because we've created an entire alternate headcanon of what actually happens in the show compared to what is actually on the page and what's on the screen. It has been a fantastic, creatively fulfilling experience. I cannot say thank you enough.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and you're welcome, and all of that. That's a really great point, though, because when this started, when I was picturing this project and what it would be, there was a lot of, the snickering because Mike Seibert doesn't know what happens, and I ended up fascinating myself and being more interested in the sort of the kill the author mentality. What do we think happened, and having that dynamic of what do you think's going to happen became leaps and bounds more interesting than what actually happens. And just, I can't wait to tell him the saucy details of what actually the spoiler alert is. I really enjoy it. At some point I just kicked that out and I was like, well, yeah, let's just riff. Let's just, what does this mean as just a piece of art? And that really excited me in a way that I didn't know it was going to.
Yeah. And it's not something we could do again. You know what I mean? It's like this is very much a lightning in the bottle moment because it's the right people at the right time with the right content.
And just all those moments of, seeing all the animated characters come back in the legacy toy line and the panels and the polls and, all the things with, Kean Carlisle and Marty Eisenberg coming out of the woodwork, like all of that culminating just right now. I really it kind of felt like the Serial podcast where like you set up to do this podcast and then the information coming in changes what you were going to do in the first place. Like a real time augmenting what we were going to do with this project. Very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate this journey so much. It is certainly one for the books. And so, yeah, that is almost it for now. The future for me, I've been rocking the colors all day and I haven't said anything about it. But Cybfest Northwest is coming up on July 12th at the Kent Commons Community Center in beautiful Kent, Washington, just a few miles south of Seattle. And I wore, obviously you can't see it on podcast, but I'm wearing my shirt from last year that has RC very prominently there in vehicle mode. And I thought that was fitting since this was such a RC heavy episode. So like that, I thought sometimes I think this stuff through.
And I've had animated RC sitting next to me the whole time as well. So great minds.
That is an amazing figure.
Yeah, it's very cool.
That is
Toys R Us exclusive.
There is a joke in the TF wiki that I did not understand. There is a caption here where Ratchet is tending to RC. And RC says, again, this is a caption in a photo. I'm still getting a toy, right? Ratchet, we're making it a Toys R Us exclusive! RC beats what happened to Blackout!
Ooh.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I'd have to look into that, but I think Blackout got like released only overseas or something.
Is
so
that
like it is an officially released toy? It's just good luck getting one.
Got it. Okay. Interesting. Well, I'll have to more information on Blackout at tfu.info. That's an actual link in the.
I was gonna say, your boy Ant might have something to say about that actually.
Interesting. This figure was available in Japan in 2010. Yep. Okay. Wow.
That's a wrap.
Oh, wait, so that is Japanese exclusive? Is that what we're saying? I love his
and like a year later.
Goodness gracious. But yeah, anyway, so like it's apparently very hard to find and very very expensive.
Yep. I don't have any I'd love that figure one day. I don't have any belief that I will.
Yeah, I just like his little diabetes face. It's like, I mean, he's like Wilford Brimley, but he's got like the little teeny tiny mustache and stuff. It's it's very funny. It's very cool.
We'll help you keep your diabetes under control.
Anyway, Cybfest Northwest. Happening in July. Go to cybfestnw.com for more information. We'll see you on Saturday, July 12th. But I'm going to leave you here with some news because like I got news.
All right.
We will be welcoming not one, but two different celebrity voice actor guests to the festivities. We'll be joined by Jason Canopsis Alvarez, who is the voice of Shockwave in Transformers 1, especially when he was unconscious.
Yeah. Great line.
A really fun take on Shockwave. I like Transformers 1 Shockwave, and this dude's been very active in the social media space for Transformers fandom. Seems like a fun dude, does a whole lot of video game stuff that I'm not familiar with, but seems like a cool dude. So we'll be glad to welcome him to Seattle and to Cybfest. We are also welcoming the one and only Frank Todaro, the voice of Starscream in War for Cybertron trilogy, as well as other projects as well. And he's the current voice of Cobra Commander. Basically, he is. I don't know how he would feel about this comparison, but basically, he's Chris Latta. Like any old Chris Latta role, he kind of takes up with aplomb. I would say, to borrow a Bad Religion lyric there, but like, Frank is great.
He's a cool dude. Yeah, that's so exciting.
He is a cool dude, and quite frankly, I just want to see what he wears. Because like, I don't know if you've seen Frank on social media. I've met him at TFCon a number of times, but like, this is he is a Renaissance man and a half. Like he's got like the mustache, the beard, and all the he's got like steampunk glasses. He's just a unique looking, cool looking dude. And for me, he has street cred forever because he voiced Starscream, obviously, in the 40th anniversary roundtable reading of More Than Meets the Eye Part 1, the one they put out in movie theaters. But like, so he's wearing a Starscream themed gray blazer, but he has Decepticon pins on the lapels, but they're upside down. Oh,
nice.
He's got like toy accurate Decepticon symbol lapels or pins on his lapels, and I thought that was pretty cool. It's a very attention to detail is something that this guy is always interested in, and again, just a nice, sweet, genuine dude. Really excited to welcome him to Cybfest Northwest 2025, and lastly. And I cannot say anything about this. Like, I could feel the warmth of the red dot of the sniper's laser on me. I mean, like, Whirl is in a up high tower saying like, careful, buddy. Careful, buddy. There will be an exclusive figure by Blue Forge. I can't tell you anything about it, but there will be an exclusive figure. Also, Alex will have stickers highlighting his box art from Carbot Darcy from last year, that very G1 kind of like box art style of RC. I'm not going to tell you anything about the exclusive other than codename Condor. I don't know what that means. Oh, no. See, you can't.
Pew, pew.
I don't know what that is, but you'll have to find out by coming to Cybfest Northwest 2025 on July 12th. More information at cybfestnw.com. That's all I could say. I've already said too much. Oh, no, I've said too much. I haven't said enough. I'm REM over here. I
was never given a name.
Losing my religion as we speak. But anyway, no, I'm really excited for Cybfest. Come hang out with me. I will have 2 Mikes, 2 Furious buttons on my person that I will hand to you. And it's going to be a great fun time. Our friends from Swerve's Bar will have an expanded presence there. Cool folks, and cool folks doing cool stuff. So it's a lot of community. Come buy some toys. That's it. That's all I got.
Awesome. Jealous as always.
So man, I hear somebody's put some quarters in the jukebox because I hear Semisonic telling us it's closing time.
Ooh.
It's like, I mean, I'm just about out of my last stinger, and this is
we didn't turn the lights down for the poem. Now the lights are even brighter than they were when we first got here.
So yeah, man, the Semisonic is playing. It's time to gather our jackets. It's time to move to the exits. I hope you have found a friend. And as I've said so many times, it's closing time, and every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Comma yeah.
End game.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end game.
Yes.
That's a better note. That is a better note. Make good choices. Eat pizza. Bye.
Yeah.